All right, looks like we've got four commissioners here in person and we've got one joining us online. So let's go ahead and get started with our meeting. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the November 7, 2023 City Planning Commission meeting. Don't forget to get out and vote today. We appreciate you being here and the commissioners look forward to hearing your case. We understand every project is important and unique, and we want to make sure that we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they deserve to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. And because our meeting is recorded and virtual, we will have time limits for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, I will call on those who are joining us in the chambers first, followed by those who are joining us through Zoom. Public comments are expected to be no longer than 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when speaking or representing a community association or larger group. In all instances, please limit repetitive comments. Also, those of you that are joining us virtually, please help us keep the meeting on track by being ready to speak when you're promoted with your camera on and unmuted. So as we get started with our meeting, I ask staff to provide some additional ground rules and instructions to ensure that we have a minimal disruption and maximum clarity throughout our meeting. So Joe, can you remind us of those ground rules, please?
Yeah, the first is that, as mentioned, this is a hybrid meeting. So those of you who are participating on Zoom, if you're wishing to speak, whether you're representing the applicant or you're a member of the public who wishes to provide testimony during the public hearing, please raise your hand in Zoom. And if you're the applicant, raise your hand when the case is called and we'll promote you over to a panelist position. Whenever the chair opens public testimony, raise your hand if you wish to speak at that time and we'll promote you over at that moment as well. Once you're promoted over, you should remain muted until you're ready to speak. And as the chair mentioned, just be ready to unmute yourself and share your video if you wish when it's your turn to speak. The last item is that the chat feature in Zoom is intended only for questions regarding placement on the agenda and technical issues, and is not to be used for discussing the merits of any project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Joe. So let's go ahead and get started with today's meeting, beginning with the consent agenda items, please. We have one to continue first?
Yeah, you want me to call that one?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that one first.
Docket item C2, case CPC 2023-00157. Request to approve a project plan, also acting as a preliminary plat in District UR to allow for about 1.4 million square feet of office development on one lot in 4 phases on about 300 acres on the north side of Arlington Avenue, north of Northeast Parvin Road. The applicant is requesting continuance to December 5th and staff recommends with fee.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket item C2? Orstein, any questions? Okay, this time we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket item C2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber who wishes to speak, and anyone on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
What was the date again?
December 5th.
Yep.
I move to continue docket item C2 to December 5th without fee. With fee.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for continuance of docket item C2 with fee. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley.
Aye.
Ender,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes in 5-0 for continuance of docket item C2. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. The next one is docket item C1, case CPC 2023-00156. Request to approve a final plan in District MPD to allow for a residential development on about half an acre located at East 36th Street and Walnut Street. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. And the last consent item is case number CPC 2023-00132. A request to approve a project plan in District B3-2 for commercial use on about 1 acre at 8510 North Madison Avenue. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Okay, any questions from the commission regarding docket items C1 or C3? Okay, seeing none. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item C1 or C3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, no one in the chamber wishes to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket items C1 and C3 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items C1 and C3. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Ender,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Beasley? You get Beasley?
Beasley, she didn't vote last time, so I wasn't for sure.
Oh, yep, she's online there.
Aye.
Okay, very good. So it looks like the motion passes in 5-0. All right, with that, let's go ahead on our regular agenda items, beginning with those that we're looking to postpone to a future date.
All right, the first continuance is docket item number 1, and these are listed on the agenda as docket items 1 and 2 are listed as approval without conditions. However, these are now a request to be continued. So docket item 1 is case CPC 2023-00130. A request to approve a development plan serving as a preliminary plat in District B3-2 to create 13 lots and 2 tracts, allowing for 67 residential units at the northwest corner of Little Blue Road and Lee Summit Road. The applicant is requesting continuance to December 5th and staff recommends with fee. Docket item 2.1 and 2.2. 2.1 is CPC 2023-00155. A request to approve a rezoning from District UR to District B4-5 for the 4627 Madison Apartments on about 0.68 acres at 4627 Madison Avenue. And docket item 2.2, companion case for the same project, is a development plan acting as a preliminary plat for the same. In both cases, the applicant is requesting continuance to December 5th and staff recommends no fee. The next continuance is docket item 14. That's right. Thank you.
Yep.
Case number SUP 2023-00042. A request to approve a special use permit for a bed and breakfast in District R 2.5 on about 0.13 acres at 3242 Benton Boulevard. The applicant is requesting continuance and staff recommends without fee to December 5th.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners on continuance of docket items 1, 2.1, 2.2, or 14?
So 1 is with fee and 2 is without fee, both to December 5th.
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony regarding the continuance of these docketed items. That's docket items 1, 2.1, 2.2, or 14. If anybody wants to speak regarding those, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, it appears no one in the chamber wishes to speak. Someone named Evan has raised their hand on Zoom, and I need you to accept the promotion, Evan, if you want to speak. He should be joining now.
Okay. That joining us again, I'm sorry.
It's Evan.
Hi, Evan, you mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Evan Wimler,
Address is 15911 East 77th Terrace in Summit Wood, off of the corner of Little Blue and Lee Summit Road.
Okay, and you're speaking regarding which case?
The first that you brought up, the 67 unit housing.
Docket item number 1, Blue Valley Plaza Townhomes.
Okay, yeah, we're
Yes,
looking to continue that to December 5th.
I guess just being unfamiliar with the process, what is the reason for the continuance instead of a vote today?
I'm not sure.
Matt, can you provide whatever knowledge you have about the continuance?
Yes, public testimony has not been, or public engagement has not been correctly conducted yet, so they need to finalize that process, hold their public engagement meeting, and then they can
Okay.
move forward.
Not sure if you heard that or not, Evan. They need to go through a public testimony before they can bring that before us. Or
Okay, will
public
that,
meeting.
will that public testimony be during one of these meetings, or will it just be sometime before December 5th?
They'll need to schedule that outside of this meeting. So they'll schedule it close to your neighborhood where you can join them.
Okay, that sounds great. And will information go out on how to join?
Yeah, the neighborhood meeting, they're required to notify or invite all persons who own property within 300 feet, as well as the
Okay.
neighborhood association or HOA.
Okay, great. Thank you, gentlemen, for clearing that up for me.
Okay, thank you. Any other public testimony on docket items 1, 2.1, 2.2, or 14?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion on continuance of those cases, please.
I move to continue docket item 14 as stated on the docket. I move to continue docket item 1 to December 5th with fee, and docket items 2.1 and 2.2 to December 5th without fee.
Second.
Okay, you got number 14 in there, is that right? Okay, sorry. So I've got a motion and a second for continuance of those docketed items, 1, 2.1, 2.2, and 14 as stated. You take roll call on the motion, please, Giovanni.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Ender,
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes for continuance of those docketed items. All right, with that, let's go ahead and start with docket item number 3.
All right, docket item 3 is case number SUP 2023-00047. Request to approve a special use permit to allow the reuse of an officially designated historic landmark for a wedding venue on about a third of an acre at 3223 Gladstone Boulevard. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Bear with me while I share my screen. Okay, thank you. As previously mentioned, this is case CD SUP 2023-00047. The site in question is 3223 Gladstone Boulevard, zoned R7.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to site a wedding venue on the subject site. So the site is located in the northeastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. Here is a further close-up of the site in question in yellow at the intersection of Gladstone Boulevard and North Indiana Avenue. North Gladstone kind of curves over, and the site is directly adjacent to the Casey Museum, is anyone's familiar with that amenity in Casey. This is a look of the site from Google Street View, the front of the primary structure, and then the gardens associated with the property as well. This is the approval criteria for a special use permit. I'm not going to get into every single item, but just the ones that show the compliance with the review criteria. So first being B. Is the special use permit request in the interest of public convenience, that it won't have any significant impact on the surrounding neighbors or the community? And yes, this is a wedding venue that is going in a residentially zoned district. But in our code, if you are within a local or national historic district, you're a contributing building, then you're able to use a special use process to cite a use that is not typically permitted in that zoning district at that site. And with this process, we can, create conditions and a very structured business plan to ensure that the proposed use fits in well with the community. And the property owner has done that. So we do believe that it will work well with the surrounding neighborhood. And then there's item C, which talks about the compatible character of the surrounding area, in terms of the site planning, scale, design of the project. This is not new construction. As mentioned, they are using a historic structure for this purpose. And from a planning perspective, it is a good thing to use historic structures in all cases, not in all cases, but in this case, versus brand new construction. And for those reasons, city staff, we recommend approval subject to conditions. And that concludes my staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission regarding docket item number 3?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Was parking addressed in this?
So because it is a contributing structure within a historic district, parking is not required for the use. The property owner has acknowledged that they're going to take advantage of off-street parking to accommodate their guests. This is similar to what the Casey Museum does across the street. And further down the road, they may be able to pursue an alternative compliance parking plan with, an adjacent civic use, but that is not on the table at the time.
Okay, thank you. And you confirm this is the house directly across the street south of the museum?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Is the applicant available for this project? Yeah, please come on up and have a seat, if you don't mind. Here? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Hey, good morning. My name is Jeffrey Linville, and I am the co-owner of Stevens House Events LLC, and my husband back here. His name is Jeff Zumstead, and he's the property owner. Okay. I'm too fast.
Yeah, the trackpad is a little fast.
Sorry. Okay. Get my notes. So we've already kind of discussed the location of the venue. It was built in 1902. It was on the individually listed on the historic register in 2016, and it's a contributing property to the Scare Point North Historic District, placed on the register in '87. I'm just going to do a short PowerPoint to kind of discuss some of the results of the public engagement that we had, and some of the concerns and how we addressed them. And then I have a video walkthrough that'll kind of walk you through the property so you can get a visual. There's a location of the property you've already seen. It's directly across from Kansas City Museum. So our property takes up about pretty much the entire northern end of that block. Oops, sorry, this thing's. So our business objective is to provide primarily an outdoor garden venue space in a historic urban setting for boutique weddings. Although we will probably on occasion have events other than weddings, like company picnics or nonprofit organizations. And occasionally there's the option to have indoor weddings for smaller 30 guests or less, or for other events for 100 people or less. And we currently have no alternative for inclement weather, although we are working with the Kansas City Museum. So that's a possibility. If we have some kind of inclement weather, we can remove ceremony inside the house, their property. Like we stated, it's directly across from the Kansas City Museum. We have a wide Gladstone Boulevard with plenty of parking, and I'll show you a little bit more of that. And the property is buffered by the parkway and residential sidewalk. This is a view of the west lawn, what we call the west lawn. So on the right is a bird's eye view that was taken in 2021 after we installed hardscape. It's approximately 4 city lots and about just less than 0.7 acres of land. And then on the left is a view from the opposite view that has views of the park and the river valley and the Kip Bond Bridge. That's an ideal setting for, it's one of our strengths of our property is the sunsets. So the sunsets over the Kip Bond Bridge and the views, of course, of the museum across the street. A lot of photo opportunities on the property, include the house, just a few photos to show a little bit of the interior of the house. You'll see in the video. All right, so as we went through the public engagement process, we kind of led with our intent and it always came back around to it. So our intent obviously first is to cover our operating expenses. We estimate we'll need to do 6 events. First 6 events in the season will cover our costs, and then an additional 6 will cover the what we're really trying to accomplish here is to cover our annual mortgage and utility expense. So my husband's getting ready to retire in December, and I will retire in 4 years. So we're looking for a way to stay in the community. We've lived here for 15 years. We wish to continue in the house. We've done a lot of restoration in the house over the years, and that's where the remaining profit will go to continue the restoration, the maintenance, and things that will enhance the venue, like we're going to install a sprinkler system to maintain the yard. So there's no additions or structural changes proposed, and we're going to operate in good faith with surrounding neighbors. We've both been heavily involved in the neighborhood in the last 15 years. I've served on the association board for 5. I was president previously and remained as an at-large director. My husband was friends with the museum before it switched over to the city, and he was integral in lobbying for the city to take possession of the museum. And we've both supported the current restoration and reopening of the museum as well. So we've been heavily involved in the neighborhood, and we'll continue to operate in good faith with our surrounding neighbors if there's any kind of issue that arises. So we're proposing to use the west lawn and or the main house. We have an a la carte menu, so you can use just the lawn or you can add the house to it. If you want to use it for kitchen access or dressing suites, which we think the majority of the weddings will opt for that. We're also rent tents and arbors and provide day of coordination services for market rate. We will take ownership, or we will contract all the any kind of tents that need to be rented, chairs, tables, and we're doing that through a local business in the neighborhood to support them. The maximum tent, and you'll see a picture of this, is 40 by 60 feet will be allowed on our property. And we'll take care of all the city permits that are related to that. We came up with 3 pricing levels. This was a result of public engagement over concerns of event size. So we came up with pricing levels to try to keep the numbers down, so everybody knows if he's ever been married or been part of a wedding that the guest list can start to grow. So we try to prevent that monetarily. No overnight accommodations will be offered. There will be no on-site food preparation. It'll be a third-party vendor bringing food in and using the kitchen for assembly only. And we won't serve any alcohol. We're not seeking a liquor license. That will be licensed and insured bartender, third-party vendor as well. And by contract, we're not allowing the client to self-serve or bring alcohol onto the site. The 4 main areas of concern were obviously parking, always the big one, frequency of events and size of events, which really related back to the parking issue, and then our operating hours, specifically our quiet hours. So our operating hours, Tuesday through Thursday, will be client consults by appointment, and then Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, not just the or reserved for events, because we're limiting it to one event per weekend, because it's just myself and my husband, and so we don't have the ability to overturn the space that quickly. Although there may be an occasion where there may be 2 per weekend if We're giving them the option if the event's canceled by inclement weather, they can reschedule. So if we can fit them in into a weekend, then we'll do that to accommodate. And then per our contract, the event duration will be a 5-hour setup, a 5-hour event. That's the industry standard. Except for the museum across the street is offering as limiting to 4 hours, but for event time, but they're not primarily a venue, they're a museum. So alcohol service will cease 15 minutes prior to the event end time, and the end time will be no later than 9:30 p.m. with venue cleanup completed by 10:30 p.m. This is fee enforced. We have $1,000 overstay fee in our contract. And then on-site security is required by the contract. For our event frequency, we have multiple blackout dates. Notice 2 museums annual events are on that. The summer weekends, Memorial, July 4th and Labor Day weekend, and holiday weekend in our neighborhood is really big. And we're both Mizzou alumni, so we block out homecoming. We can't miss that. And also as a result of the public engagement, we agreed to coordinate the museum on any other special events that they may have so that we can conflict. So after the Blackhead dates, that left 21 weekends available in 2024. So our initial proposal was for 20. So after our public engagement and concerns over parking, we voluntarily reduced that to 16 after we went through our expenses and our pricing levels. And then that's, you can see how we break it down by month. And size, the average wedding size in the United States right now is 117, and Midwest specifically it's 141. And you can see the average number of invites over 50% over 101 guests. So this was a point of concern with the public engagement, wishing the guest count to be under 100 or in one case under 50. But you can see the statistics, you know, that doesn't make us very competitive. We have to leave that option open, although we have agreed to limit the bookings over 100 guests to just 2 per season, which represents about 12.5% of our business. So this is a picture of a wedding that we hosted for our friends. Son was getting married last August, and it was approximately 75 guests. It's just kind of, represents our target of our events. We want to keep it between 50 and 100 guests. We have motivation to do so because you'll see later what 150 guests looks like. But it's hard on the yard and it's hard on the turnover. And if we offer a day of coordination services, it adds to the workload for us. So it says 75. They had a reception, a ceremony, and a reception. Was catered, had a bartender, and on-site security and dancing. So this is a picture of what 150 guests looks like. This is actually our wedding. We were married in July and we had a reception in the yard. This is a 40 by 60 tent that kind of gives you the a visual of, you know, how big the yard really is. So that tent fit 15 tent tops, a 15-foot buffet table, and a cake table. You look at the opposite side towards the house. We have a flagstone patio, which doubles as a dance floor and has a cocktail hour. So you also notice that everything was contained in one half of the yard. And then just a peek inside the tent, what that looks like or would look like. Okay, so then we go down to parking is the last issue, which is the big issue. We have proposed an alternate parking, off-street parking plan. Located in a grass lot that's owned by the New Beginnings Church. It's just the next block over into the south of our property. Our property here is in the upper left-hand corner of the left picture, and there's a picture of the lot here. So that was opposed during public engagement, and so we have withdrawn that because we think we have plenty of off-street parking. So to address the parking issues, we voluntarily reduced the event size and frequency. We agreed to coordinate the museum on their special event scheduling to deconflict. And we believe we have ample parking along Gladstone, Indiana, and around the museum. And just some pictures. This is Gladstone in front of the property, looking west and east. As you go towards the east, it continues that way for 4 blocks. It's flat and wide. And that's the intersection of Gladstone and Indiana in the forefront. And this is Indiana looking up to the north towards Gladstone. Our property there is on the left. You can see it through the trees. So then I have a short video walkthrough.
The mouse.
Oh, sorry.
No, you grab it so I
You
can.
got I don't need to. I don't think we really need the video.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, though. All right, thank you. Appreciate you being very thorough and going through how your event space will work and how it operate. We appreciate that. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Can I get you to clarify what you mean by the security? Is that by the person that is renting the venue, or are you providing the security?
So the security fees are paid by the client and we will contract the security. We do that through KCPD. They have a site for off-duty security.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, commissioners?
No, I just want to thank you for your detailed business plan. I think we struggle with that on other projects as well, so. And I feel okay with the parking because the streets are super wide and, yeah, if we're gonna build streets that big, we might as well use them, so.
Yeah. Okay, if there's no more questions or comments from the commission at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Come on up. Yep, just come up to the podium and if you don't mind, state your name and address for the record, please.
Virginia Betancourt, 3401 Gladstone Boulevard, and also 203 North Indiana.
Yes.
So I'm here to raise my concerns about the proposed plan. Contrary to some comments have been made about parking, we actually have a difficult time of parking in the narrow streets, which are the side streets, not Gladstone, but the side streets. We already have examples of the impact based on the museum and their use of their property. And I've been in touch recently with the museum and they've informed me that there's going to be even more impact in the future because they're ramping up their list of offerings to the public and to events, private events. They've opened it up as a event rental space and they've started having weddings there. And they also have public events as well. When they do this, Gladstone Boulevard obviously becomes full on both sides. And true to human nature, people try to park as close as they can to the venue that they're attending. What happens to those of us that live on the street is if you don't have off-street parking, then you need to pick a spot before the event begins. And in some cases, you don't know that the event is happening. I've been in touch with the museum about that too, to keep neighbors that are contiguous so that we know when they're planning something of a large nature so that we can adjust our lives accordingly. This event that's being proposed would cause the need for neighbors to once again make adjustments in their own lifestyle within their own property to avoid the congestion and not being able to park in front of their own buildings. There are neighbors who have no off-street parking that relies strictly on the street, and they would not be able to park in front of their own place. They might have to park several blocks down and walk back. If there's an event that's happening on the same day as the museum, that would only compound the issue and make it even more difficult. Again, neighbors are already checking with the museum. We would have to check with the owners of this property as well to try and avoid conflict with what they have planned. Noise is also a concern because they're talking about from 5 to 10 p.m. for evening weddings. If they're not going to end it until 10 PM, now there's an extension to 10:30 for cleanup afterwards. If you're near that, and by that I mean across the street or behind them, you're going to be impacted by the noise level during the wedding, for the wedding, and after the wedding. There's also going to be vehicles that need to be present to handle catering and all of that. So that parking situation will impact the neighborhood as well. I just want to make sure that you understand that when people choose to live in a residential neighborhood, they expect it to be a residential neighborhood, not a commercial neighborhood. If a neighbor is expecting to sell their property, they would need to, in good faith, make the potential buyer aware that they would be buying near a commercial venue. This could impact your buyer pool. There could be fewer people that would be interested in living next to a wedding venue that's going to continue on to 10 o'clock at night. I also am concerned about the fact that there don't seem to be any, at this time anyway, any restrictions on special use permit in terms of parameters being given to the owners to restrict how large their venues could get. Because this is a new venture, they don't really know what they don't know yet, and it may be that they have to make many changes as they proceed, and these changes may not be in the best interest of what the neighborhood is expecting. I've also, in that first line in the ordinance, or maybe I'm using the wrong terminology, where it talks about the usefulness of the proposal to the neighborhood. I just did a quick search online, and there's already 5 wedding venues within the 1 mile area of this proposal. The largest one, of course, being the museum that is well suited to accommodate these kinds of activities. I'm also here with another neighbor who has the same concerns as I. She lives behind this proposed venue, and she already is impacted by the noise even when there are just private parties going on. So these are my concerns. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Sure.
Hello, I'm Jeff Sumstag, actually the property owner. My partner Jeff is presented 3200 and 3223 Gladstone. I would just like to make it clear that we did contact all neighbors within 300 feet. And I do appreciate Ms. Bittencourt being here. She's the only one having any opposition. She's not the closest by far, but she is the only opposition with all 300 feet people around us, including the ones directly behind us. I'd also like to point out that Ms. Bittencourt is not a resident of Kansas City. She's a property owner. She's not actually a resident of Kansas City. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
There are 2 people who've raised their hand on Zoom, Karen and Melinda. We can start with Karen.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Karen Donnelly. My husband, Thomas Stringa, and I reside at 3400 Gladstone, which is across the street from the property in question and adjacent to the Kansas City Museum. We are separated only by the intersection of Gladstone Boulevard and Indiana. So we are right there by the property in question. And I want to start with explain that Mr. Zumsteg and Mr. Linville have been stewards and community leaders of our little corner of the world since we've been there in 2013. We are honored to call them our neighbors. I have no doubt that they will embark on this business venture to the benefit of everyone, not only in our neighborhood, but in the community. It will be a wonderful thing to watch couples have the wedding of their dreams while sharing one of Kansas City's most iconic historic homes with the community, sharing our charming historic neighborhood with guests, and improving our property values in the city's tax base all the while. I wanted to briefly address the parking and noise concerns as a neighbor directly across the street and adjacent to the museum, and having the museum renovated and open now for quite some time, we have seen a number of special events. They have Friday night concert series, they have pop-up events on the lawn, and they've had special events outside and inside the venue as well. And we have not experienced any parking issues. We have tenants immediately behind us, and we have talked with folks in the neighborhood, and those parking concerns really just aren't there. It's a wide boulevard. I know the museum was originally concerned with parking when it was contemplating its renovations, and it has not been a problem. They're isolated events. I think they draw wonderful people from Kansas City and from outside Kansas City to our little part of the world, which we love so much. And it shows folks how we care for our historic homes in this neighborhood. So I don't respectfully, I do not share the parking concerns, and nor do I share my husband and the folks we've certainly spoken to. No one shares those noise concerns either. It's an isolated timing window. And I think it does not change the character of the home or the neighborhood at all. It's a residential neighborhood, and it will remain a residential neighborhood. And it shares this beautiful, iconic home with folks to have a very memorable event of marriage. And that is it. It is not opening stores. It is not opening pubs. It is not opening those other things. So I think I want to reiterate that my husband and I and all the community members we've spoken to wholeheartedly support this venture. We thank Mr. Zumsteg and Mr. Linville for all they've done for this community, and I know what they will continue to do. And we look forward to seeing these weddings and this beautiful, beautiful thing for the neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Melinda's next.
Hello, my name's Melinda Sheehan, and then my husband John and I live at 3204 Windsor Avenue. And our backyard abuts the venue area, so we're probably actually the homeowners that are probably most impacted by this venue, and we don't have an issue. Jeff and Jeff have been great longtime neighbors, respectful of the neighborhood, and I know if any concerns arise, they would be very willing and open to listen to anything that the neighbors would have. But as for events that have happened so far, we have not experienced any issues with the parking or the level of noise. And I would just like to just echo everything that Karen has said about the Jeffs and their stewardship of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I guess there's another person in the audience.
Yeah, please come up here and speak at the podium.
Hi, I'm Ellen Bell. I live on Windsor Avenue, same as Melinda, just the street behind where this is. And we have been impacted with sound level from different gatherings that have happened there. And there are others opposed. They just couldn't make it to this meeting because they're at work. So I think there needs to be a lot more discussion, because it seems like there's just too much ambiguity of what is going to happen with this. It doesn't seem like there's any tightness. I mean, we say there's only going to be so many events with 150 guests, but we know that that's going to expand. My understanding, this is approval would be 3 years, and that's 3 years to put up with a lot if it's not working out. So I just wanted to be able to voice my concern that there is parking issues. We have a lot of apartment buildings behind us and on the sides. It's not just about Gladstone. I mean, on Windsor, Indiana, we're affected when anything happens in our neighborhoods. And the streets, once people park on both sides, the apartments don't have garages. It's tight. It's super tight.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. And obviously some concerns were brought up, especially about the use of the site as well as parking. Do you mind kind of addressing those here first? And then I think there might be some questions on the special use permit, if we can add time and number.
Sure. So really it goes back to intent. So our intent with this wedding venue is not to become millionaires. We're not seeking huge profits. So we have no motivation to expand these events to make them any bigger. Like we said, we don't want events over 100, but we need to keep that option open to make competitive. And we have self-limited that to 2 per season. If it comes out that we can book everything with 100 guests or less, then that's what we'll do. So, I mean, I think it's purely conjecture that, we're going to expand. I've heard no opposition other than who has testified today. I received 7 contact from 7 of the neighbors, perimeter neighbors, offering support. And I think, we had a public engagement and only 3 people showed up. So I think that's a testament to, the lack of opposition outside of what we've heard today. So I like in the end, it's really comes down to a social contract that all neighbors have, and we've always upheld our end of the bargain. We do hold events there, nonprofit events, to raise money for different charities that we're a part of. We host a croquet party every summer where we invite all of the neighbors and new neighbors so that everyone can get to know each other. And given our neighborhood is transitional, we think that's very important. Everybody knows each other and keeps tabs on each other's properties. So I don't know if I can say much more than that, other than, the parking issue. I know the museum is expanding their exhibits, and I have a close relationship with the museum, both as a property owner and as a board member of the association. And I do know they're going to, here in the next year or so, they're going to revisit the parking lot issue construction to accommodate those extra events, which we're in support of. And then the last thing I'll say that, we came up with an alternate plan for parking, but they were opposed to that. I was offering a plan to alleviate the off-street parking, but that was adamantly opposed, so we withdrew that and reduced the size and frequency of our events.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts from the commission at this time? Any discussion?
I just have one question to staff. If staff could help me understand the difference of noise expectations or requirements for residential versus commercial. And then if one's to host an event and files for a noise permit, like what the decibel count is and how that kind of, how that works.
Yeah, so the zoning and development code does not regulate noise in terms of decibels. So we would be relying on our public safety officers to enforce that, regardless of the use or entitlement process. If there's like a noise violation, then that would come through the police department and they would have to be called and they would enforce that.
Yeah. And do you know if you don't file for a noise permit, if they're the standards are the same for residential property and commercial property?
That I do not know.
Okay, I believe that would be the case. And so in that sense, I don't think that affects it and or affects the decision today. And then I would also just recommend to the applicant that, adding extra screening. It looks like you all have done a really nice job with your property and adding additional screening and vegetation where your property abuts your neighbors sounds like it'd be helpful, but I don't have any other concerns.
I mean, I think there are concerns, but I think this is probably the best business plan we've kind of seen come through when it comes to a special use permit, or when we dealt with short-term rentals, we didn't see any plans like this. And so I think there's kind of a backdrop that's attached to this case that can be revisited. I also think 3 years is long, but also short at the same time. That gives us a chance to revisit. We just recently had a case where they wanted to tear down a historic home because they didn't have a use for it. And this kind of maintains that historic home as much as possible in a way that allows them to upkeep that property. So I'll be in favor of it, and this goes on the board of zoning so people can go talk about it there as well.
Okay. Yep. Any comments, Commissioner Beasley?
Yes. Uh, they talked about using their patio as a dance floor. Is there any indication of the type of music? Is it live music or is it DJ that they will be using? I think that would have a factor on the noise that people are concerned about. And then the other is there used to be a smaller parking lot at the museum. Have you had any conversation in being able to use that when you don't have competing events? And I found it quite interesting that the pictures were fabulous for the wedding, but there were no pictures showing parking. That would have been interesting to see how that venue handled the parking situation.
Yeah, I think they talked about using the museum parking when the museum wasn't in service. Is that right?
Right, so they do have a parking lot behind the house in the perimeter of their property, but they limit that to staff and deliveries. So that's kind of off the board. If they do in the future construct a parking lot, which I think they're proposing along Waldron, you know, there's possible coordination there to use their lot if they don't have events or the museum's not open. So museum closes at 5 most days except for Thursdays. They're open later. So on Fridays and Saturdays, they're open till 5. And so there may be a little bit of overlap with museum traffic and event, but not significant.
And the type of music?
Oh, sorry. And the type of music, it could either be live or DJ. So our wedding in July was both. We had live music during the cocktail hour and then a DJ after.
I also agree with Jim. As far as your presentation, it shows to me how someone that has been involved in the community knows the things that they need to address when bringing a project forward. So I do appreciate that part as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rojas? Okay.
Only one observation is that the museum is used quite a bit. The parking is, I've seen a parking space, I've been there several times. If you're talking a maximum sometimes of 150 people, you're talking about 25 or 30 additional cars. Museum parking space doesn't have that many. The street don't have.
Right. So
if both are open at the same time.
Right. Well, it would be an issue with normal visitor. I should have took some pictures of the street when the museum is open for exhibits, but it rarely takes up, really usually only takes up one side of the street in Gladstone any normal time. Special events, we have blacked out 2 of the big days. They have the Derby days in Kentucky Derby, and then they do the Day of the Dead celebration sometime in October. It kind of varies. So those are 2 of our blackout dates at the museum. And like I said, we've been in contact with the museum about possible, you know, future coordination on events, you know, which would be a rarity. The stars align using both properties for one event. But you know, that was part of the public engagement, is that we'll coordinate the museum, but they have huge events that are planned.
Do they still have the Christmas Princess event for the kids?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Okay.
We're not planning on taking any events during the holidays. Usually in the winter, we'll do nonprofit type work in our house. So we do like Toys for Tots, Drive, that sort of thing, which is not part of our business model. That's offered free. So we don't really plan on doing much during the winter months.
That's right. You had October as your ending month. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, anything else, commissioners? Okay. So I want to get back to, so we've got items on the conditions. I think you're okay with all the conditions. I want to just kind of go through a couple of things that were brought up, and that's, we know it's for a 3-year SUP max. There isn't a max on the special use permit. Can we add that to the special use permit? Like a
Um,
max number of people at the event itself that's allowed by the special use permit?
if the commission were choose to,
Yeah,
codify
I
that
think there needs to be
requirement, it could
something
be
like
attached to
that.
the
It's-
SUP, but you would also have to consider enforcement of that condition and if the city could enforce how many people were occupying a site.
Yeah, I think if we're allowing a special use permit, there's gonna have to be some kind of enforcement no matter what anyway, so. Yeah, need to have that, but I think just a number on there. If that's 100 people or 110, something of that nature. I don't know what the commission thinks about that. And something else I was thinking too, that as they have an event, I think just a courtesy notification goes out prior to the event to the neighbors surrounding the area, so they know that something's coming up and they'll see the extra traffic or whatever.
Yeah, actually, we had planned on having a secure part of our website for neighbors to log in to see it in real time, how we're scheduling.
Okay.
That was brought up during public engagement as well.
Okay. With that, I think we close all testimony and speak amongst the commission, and I'll take a motion in there.
Yeah, one other thing I'll note, I feel like Public Works has been doing a really good job of making the best use of our paved surfaces recently. And I think Walrand, they could likely make diagonal spaces, which would probably add, 50 to 75% more spots for cars. And I think that'd be in the best interest of everyone who uses Cliff Drive and then also the museum. So I wouldn't be surprised if I think members of the community should submit it. I'll certainly submit that recommendation as well. But I think that would alleviate a lot of parking concerns in that area. In terms of your interests, Chair Crowell, and cap, if we were to do that, I think I'd want to do it at 150, even if it can't be enforced on a day-to-day basis. When we hear it again in 3 years, that would provide some sort of enforcement, and that if people are saying it's regularly, too many people, then we might not renew. So I'd be comfortable making a motion at adding that condition at a cap of 150, assuming that seems reasonable to the applicant.
Can I ask a quick question, Tyler, on that? Does that include just guests, or does that include guests and vendors when you look at that number?
I'm thinking guests, but I'm open to other people's thoughts. I do feel, that the applicant is working in good faith. And so when I think about the noise and you think about their orientation to the property, if the speakers are set up facing away from neighbors' homes, I imagine you could really control the noise in that area. And I think the same goes for parking, in that as vendors come in, I imagine the applicant doesn't want those vendors parked in the prime spots where guests could potentially park.
I like your suggestion of Public Works and vertical parking. I think that would be a good way to increase the availability for the residents as well. So because of that, I think I'm going to be in favor of this. Thank you, Tyler.
All right.
Chair Crowell, did you feel
Yeah.
comfortable with 150?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, then I'll move to move to recommend approval of docket item 3 with conditions, adding a condition that the guest count for these events shall not exceed 150 guests.
Second.
So we've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3 with addition to the conditions on the total number of guests. Giovanni,
Quick question. Are we adding the Public Works part to that?
I mean, I'll certainly submit it myself and we'll see if anything happens, but I don't think that we could condition it because I don't think we have any control over whether that would happen or not.
Okay, so we've still got a motion and a second. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker.
Aye.
Beasley.
Aye.
Brown.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for bringing it in. Good luck, and I guess you'll be at BZA next time they meet.
All right. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, let's move on to docket item number 4, please.
All right, docket item 4 is case CPC 2023-00147. Request to rezone about 1 acre from District B3-2 to District B4-2, located at Van Brunt Boulevard and East Linwood Boulevard. Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is the applicant here for this case?
I don't know if they are online. And Andy Seemiler, Max DiCarlo, Matt Gibbs.
I'm looking.
Just want to kind of
No,
remind.
I don't see anyone.
Don't
by
see
those
anyone.
names- By those names, but again, some people are joined by phone numbers, so. I don't know for sure. If the applicant is on Zoom, please raise your hand so I can promote you. No one's raising their hand.
Okay, let's go ahead and skip this case then and go on to the next one, please.
Okay. Next docket item is case number SUP 2023-00046. A request to approve a special use permit for an outdoor sports and recreation use in District R80 and AG-R on about 34 acres at the corner of Northeast 96th Street and Interstate 435. Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
All right, good morning, Chairman Crow, fellow commissioners. Before you is docket number 5, CDSUP 2023-46. And this is a special use permit for a sports and recreation use. It's at 5757 Northeast 96th Street, directly off of 435. As you can see here, it's just north of 152 and located on the west side of 435. The site has been existing since the early 90s. It was originally approved under a conditional use permit, which we no longer issue. The view here, looking southwest from 435, as I mentioned, the site is existing, and there will be new ownership making a lot of improvements to the site, and that's what triggered the special use permit. Here is the access point from 96th Street. The site plan here, they're just enhancing the guest experience, making improvements to the existing driving range, providing more food and entertainment options. There is an existing stream buffer on the southern portion of the site. And then here are some elevations of the improvements that are being proposed on the site. Staff's recommendation we have worked closely with the applicant, is a recommendation of approval with conditions. And I know Ms. Jensen also has a presentation she sent me.
Okay, any questions for city staff? Can't see Ms. Beasley. There she is. Any questions, Commissioner Beasley? Okay. Good morning, Ms. Jensen.
Good morning, Chairman Crowell and members of the commission. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of Blue Jeans Golf, and Joe Tanner Michelli is online if you would promote him.
Okay.
Should be. He said he was. So he can provide you some more information. As Andrew has stated, we've worked closely with staff. We do not have any objection to any of these conditions. And my site, I'll go through the presentation very briefly, just to, where's my, right there? No, where's my advance? Oh. Just to give you a brief history of the site. So as Andrew stated, the driving range was originally approved as a conditional use permit. Now they're special use permits in 1993. And 2 amendments have been approved by the Board of Zoning Adjustment since that time to allow an expansion and a storage building for the site. And as Andrew has stated, this is the major amendment to the approved special use permit. He's shown you the enlarged site plans and the elevations of what we're proposing. They will cover the bays that golfers use to hit their balls from. So you can see that there. Blue Jeans Golf has, I believe, just opened a location in Blue Springs. And Tanner, if he's on now, is he on?
Yes.
Tanner, do you want to provide some more background on your Blue Springs location and what you propose to do here?
Yes, thanks, Patricia. Good morning, Chairman Crowell and members of the commission. Appreciate the consideration of our proposal. The Blue Springs, it's in Lee Summit. Actually, it's kind of right there at the intersection of Blue Springs, Independence, and Lee Summit off of Highway 40. We bought the property about a year ago. It had been closed down for several years, lots of vandalism, and we have gone in, completely restored the property. We're not quite open yet, but the plan is to get there by the end of the year. Not great timing with respect to winter coming, but the covered canopy that we provide for our driving range guests has some heaters, and so we're hopeful to get some business through the winter months, but very much looking forward to springtime. The goal is really just to provide a better golfing experience, and so our group is buying ranges across the country. This one at the Shoal Creek location on 96th is our 4th property that includes the same plan as we've done previously. Go in, provide some love to these facilities. A lot of them have a lot of deferred maintenance, and given our backgrounds, we have a lot of driving range experience, having kind of helped grow Top Golf to what it is today. And so we just try to come in and, as Patricia said, just provide a better experience for the driving range guests. Not trying to create an entertainment venue by any means, but just provide some simple food and beverage options. So a covered tee line that's a bit more comfortable than just an open air driving range. And then include, operational programming, marketing and events and reaching out through social media channels are things that a lot of driving ranges don't, provide in order to reach out to the growing population of people playing golf. And so we see this as our opportunity to rejuvenate the driving range industry. Appreciate your time today and your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And Chairman Crowell, as I stated, we have no objection to any of the conditions, and we'd request your recommendation of approval.
Okay, can you remind me what happened just immediately west of this project? It was in.
Yeah, remember we divided off a portion of that property to build another building for a lawn and landscape business.
Yeah, okay.
It's the same family that owns the golf driving range. So they're selling the golf driving range off now, but that lawn and landscaping business will be maintained.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, any questions from the commission to the applicant? Seeing none, okay, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please come forward or use the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, it appears no one in the chamber wishes to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else to add at this time?
No.
Okay, so we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 5 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5. Giovanni, can you take motion or roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye.
Like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
bringing it in and look forward to seeing it come together. All right, is anybody available for docket item 4 yet? The applicant there?
I don't believe so. What?
It's out.
Okay, yeah, I don't
Okay.
believe so.
I'll wait till then. You guys let me know that they're available. So let's go on to docket item number 6 then.
Okay, docket item 6 has 3 companion cases, starting with 6.1. Case number CPC 2023-00139. A request to approve an area plan amendment to the KCIA area plan to change the recommended land use from mixed use community to commercial and industrial on 30 acres at 2801 Northwest Cookingham Drive. 6.2, case number CPC 2023-00138. Request to approve a rezoning for the same property from District AGR to District M2-3. And docket item 6.3, case number CPC 2023-00140. Request to approve a development plan for the same property, which also serves as a preliminary plat to allow for the development of 263,000 square feet of data center buildings at this location. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner.
Good morning. The docket items read before you, as mentioned, are for an area plan amendment, a rezoning, and a development plan, all for the Cookingham Industrial Development at 2801 Northwest Cookingham Drive. The site is generally located in the northernmost part of the city, very close, or just north of I-435 and west of Highway 169. This is the subject site outlined in yellow. You can see there is a regulated stream crossing the southern portion of the site, but the majority of the site is clear for previous agricultural uses. So first I want to go over the area plan amendment. As the rezoning, which I'll get to next, is proposed to rezone from the current district AGR to M2-3. This rezoning request does not comply with the current KCIA area plan recommendation for mixed use community, which is this sort of red or brown and white hashing. Therefore, the applicant is proposing the area plan amendment to designate it as commercial/industrial is how it shows up. And so this is the language in the KCIA area plan that describes the corresponding zoning districts to this commercial industrial future land use designation. And then second, moving on to the rezoning request, as I mentioned, the applicant is proposing to rezone from AG-R to M2-3 to allow industrial uses on the site. And then, as you can see, there's an MPD zoning up to the north. That is the Facebook Meta data center campus that is currently under construction. So kind of wanted to point out some of the context. We have similar industrial and data center uses in this area. However, each site is unique. So this case made more sense to rezone to an industrial district, whereas the other site made more sense to rezone to an MPD. But we know that there are quite a few of these industrial proposals coming to us primarily north of I-435 within that KCIA area plan. So now moving on to the development plan. This is the proposed plan for the data center industrial use, which shows 2 buildings here, an east building and a west building. The The preliminary plat associated with this development plan includes the creation of 2 lots and 2 tracts. This northern tract A will be a substation to power the buildings located to the south. And then there will be 2 secure entrance points. The western entrance will have a guardhouse, so everything will be gated. And then I did want to point out that there was a tree preservation and mitigation plan required for this project per the recently approved tree preservation ordinance. The applicant performed the calculations required and they were reviewed by staff and determined that for this particular project, no mitigation was required. And then just to show the landscape plan, again, as I mentioned, there will be a substation to the north, and per staff's request, the applicant is providing berms to the north in addition to landscape street trees to help screen that use. And then I have a few building elevations. Proposed materials include precast concrete panels, aluminum curtain wall here. There's this sort of wood element along the staircase, and then a metal screening wall for some of the outside chiller yard and electrical yards that are attached to the building. And then elevations for the guardhouse, and again, just some more elevations, all similar building materials across the buildings. And then some street view images. This image is looking east from Northwest Cookingham. The site is on the right side. So currently there's quite a vegetative screening for the site. And then this is the view of the southern portion of the site along I-435. Again, you can't even see it from this angle. And then I would like to ask that the commission remove conditions number 28 and 30. There was actually 3 of the same conditions that somehow snuck into the report. So 28 and 30 are duplicates of each other. They are also identical to condition number 24, which is what will remain. And staff recommends approval of the area plan amendment, approval of the rezoning, and approval with conditions for the development plan. And I can take any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
This is mainly for staff. Like, I think I'm gonna be okay with the proposal because there's really nothing around there. But I guess with the Facebook moving above, what kind of triggers like although it's not a whole area plan, but like there's a section here that seems to be transitioning from what it might have been intended to be used for to something else. So is there like a way to reevaluate that zoning for, I mean, these are major improvement, major projects, so I just didn't know what.
Yeah, this is a area plan that we've identified as one that we need to look at fairly soon. We stopped amending our area plans proactively a couple of years ago when we started working on Playbook, and now that that's been adopted, we're going back to working on the area plans, and this is one of the first ones, as I understand it, that we're gonna take another big picture look at the land use for this area of the city, because of all the plans that you've seen in the past couple of years up here.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to make sure that we were trying to catch up to the development patterns, so, and that we didn't have to trying to eliminate tough choices here, so.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions?
Was there feedback from the property owner to the west?
I'll let the applicant speak to their public engagement.
Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to the meeting here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Aaron March. I'm with the law firm of Rouse Fretz White Goss with an address of 4510 Bellevue in Kansas City, Missouri. With me to my right is Mr. Graham Jones, a principal with Cookingham Development and GBA Builders, the developers of this project. Other members of our team from GBA and from Belknap Architects are available. Should you have questions, they're available online. First, let me state that it's been a pleasure working with staff on this project. We first filed an application to rezone to MPD to match up with the zoning of the meta site to the north. Staff suggested and we agreed to follow its recommendation to rezone to M2-3. We agree with the staff report, all of the conditions of the staff report, and ultimately ask for your approval of all three cases with all conditions, with the elimination of the two duplicates. We had a neighborhood engagement meeting, and the property owner to the left, the Dillingham family, owns that property, fully endorses and supports our application. In fact, is in conversations with us about similar development patterns that we might be able to partner with on both our east side and our west side. I hope that answers the question asked. Again, we concur with all the staff's recommendations. I have a small PowerPoint presentation if you'd like, but it pretty much repeats the information you've been provided by staff. I and Mr. Jones are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Anybody want to see the presentation? Don't need to. Okay. Sounds good. I don't have any questions for applicant. Okay. Commissioner Beasley, any questions? Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 6.1, 6.2, or 6.3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, I see no one in the chamber who's wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Any other last thoughts here before? Anything? Okay. So at this time, we'll close public testimony and speak amongst the commission. If nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to recommend approval for docket items 6.1 and 6.2 without conditions and 6.3 with conditions after removing conditions number 28 and 30.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 6.1, 6.2 with no conditions and 6.3 removing the two conditions 28 and 30. Take roll call on that motion, please.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Anders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for bringing it in. Good luck as you move forward. All right. Keep on moving, right? Docket item number 7, please.
Docket item 7 is case CPC 2023-00151. Request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved master plan development to allow for vehicle storage consisting of 3,169 parking spaces in District NPD on about 43 acres located at the northeast corner of Highway 210 and North Brighton Avenue. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner.
Good morning. 1 second while I share my screen. Okay, as what Joe just recently mentioned, this is a major amendment to a previously approved master plan development. The subject property is located in the Briarcliff Wynwood area and is surrounded by our zoned property on all 4 sides. The previously approved MPD requested approval of a rezoning from District R-6 to District MPD and an area plan amendment to the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan to change the recommended land use from residential low density with conservation district to light industrial, and the preliminary development plan that was proposed was for these 2 warehouses that you see on the screen. Staff and the City Plan Commission recommended denial of that project, and it was ultimately approved by City Council. So the major amendment that you're seeing is for to allow for a 3,169 parking space parking lot for the Ford Motor Vehicle Company. And here's the layout that you'll see on the property. The only access point to the parking lot is off of Northeast Service Road. And that will remove the previously approved parking access directly across the street from Northeast 34th entrance. The applicant is proposing to extend that sidewalk over on the western side of the property and will propose a 10-foot trail easement here along this eastern property. The eastern property that you see here recently went to the voters to remove it from the park's right-of-way. It is still, Searcy Creek Parkway is still designated as a parkway in the major street plan. And the Missouri Department of Transportation has jurisdiction over this Northeast Service Road to the south. The applicant provided a landscape plan in compliance with the zoning and development code. What you see on the right are all of the trees. It's a completely wooded lot over on the east. All of those will remain. There's also a small amount over on the southwest corner that will be retained as well. And then the rest of what you see will create a buffer for the northern residential lots and the western residential lots as well. The major amendment that is proposed does not comply with the requirements for a master plan development. The purpose of a master plan development is intended to accommodate developments that may be difficult, if not impossible, to carry out under otherwise applicable zoning district standards. And we have 4 types of development that would benefit from this MPD zoning tool. And as was previously shown on a slide, this is a single use of the property. It will use heavy duty pavement and light duty asphalt pavement for a majority of the 42 acres. And further into the MPD district, we have 11 different alternatives, or sorry, objectives that the MPDs should follow. The second one that I've highlighted is mainly for the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan. The applicant did apply for that area plan to be amended to allow for industrial uses. So it does somewhat comply with the second one. However, staff believes that it does not comply with the most recently adopted Kansas City Spirit Playbook. There are a couple changes to the conditions for this project. Condition 30, the project is not proposed to be platted. And so condition 30 has that platting requirement. And staff added 10 through 19 as deviations to the project. And I'll go into those in one second. However, to make it easier, we've added all of those conditions into one. So the first deviation that you're seeing is a deviation to the required number of bicycle parking spaces. According to the development and the code, the applicant would be required to provide 317 short-term bicycle parking spaces. However, since the applicant submitted standard operating operating characteristics for the property, there will only be 6 employees on site, and so provision for just 3 short-term bicycle parking spaces located right next to the guard shack. Staff is supportive of that deviation. The second deviation is for vehicle storage and towing is not allowed within 500 feet of an R zone district. As I mentioned previously, that property is located completely surrounded by R zone districts on all 4 sides, and therefore they will require a deviation along the west, north, east, and south of the property, and that's a deviation of 500 feet. The deviation, letter D, is requiring pedestrian circulation system connecting all adjacent public rights of way to the main building. Again, based on the proposed use, the applicant would like to request a deviation for that requirement. A deviation is also requested for the interior landscaping of parking lots, and those are E and F. The applicant is proposing 368 trees instead of the required 634, and is also going to provide 702 shrubs instead of the required 3,169. So those are the deviations to the zoning and development code that's being requested. Again, this master plan development amendment does not comply with the requirements of the master plan development district as stated in the code or in the Kansas City Spirit Playbook. Here is a picture of the northeast corner of 36th Street and North Brighton Avenue. And this is the sidewalk you can see here is what is being proposed to be extended all the way to the southernmost part of the property line. And then here's a view from Northeast Service Road. You can see that there's going to be an access point. This row of trees is going to be preserved as well, and that's located in the landscaping plan. And this is a view from North Brighton Avenue. It shows mostly the southern portion of the property, and it shows this access point that was approved with the previous MPD plan that is proposed to be removed, and a connecting sidewalk further down. As you can see, after the approval of the previous MPD, the site was cleared of trees, and then grading began for that previously approved use. And for this case, staff is recommending denial, and I can answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff regarding docket item 7? Beasley?
Not right now.
Okay. So with that, welcome, applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fritz Law Firm, with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of the client, which is Precision, which is providing the parking for the logistics parking for the Ford Motor Company. I've got a copy, I've got a presentation I'm going to go through, but I did make copies for all of you in case you wanted to flip back through it as we go through the presentation, if questions came up. Hold on. Yeah. So as Larissa stated, we have worked very closely with staff. We are very disappointed at the staff's recommendation because we had worked through a number of issues, and we'll go through those. Ultimately, I'm going to clarify the record as to exactly what is happening here. So just to give you an overview, Precision Vehicle Logistics requests approval of a major amendment to an approved MPD development plan for the Brighton Vehicle Logistics Center. Dean Anos should be promoted. And Tony Reinhardt, who's with Ford, if he's available, he was going to be on. The new plan will not contain any buildings. And to be clear, the new plan only has access from Highway 210 Service Road. There is no access to the site from Brighton or Searcy Creek Parkway. Previously, our previous approved plan had 2 accesses from Brighton. And we're going to go through this. So on May 20th, 2021, the property was rezoned to MPD, and the MPD plan was approved for the development of 2 288,200 square foot buildings for light industrial uses. At that same time, Briarcliff Wynwood area plan was amended. And then subsequently, you as a commission approved the final MPD plan for the Brighton Industrial Park. And grading activities have occurred as a result of that approved MPD plan. This is a aerial of the approved MPD plan for Brighton Industrial. That was approved by the city council. It's true, staff recommended denial at that time, as well as the city plan commission recommended denial. But ultimately, the staff of the council determined that that use was something that was desired, given the location right next to Highway 210. There's a number of industrial uses around this site, especially heavy ones on the south side of 210. So to be clear, what got approved is the 288,200 square foot buildings. 4 accesses were approved, 2 on Brighton, 1 on Searcy Creek Parkway, and 1 on the 210 Outer Road. There were 156 truck parking spaces included on this plan, as well as 424 vehicle parking spaces. And then there was shade trees, evergreen trees, and shrubs. This is some renderings of the approved Brighton Industrial Plan. So you can see the large industrial buildings, various locations. And there's 2 slides of these. So that's the second slide showing the various views. And as I stated, the Plan Commission approved the final MPD plan for the Brighton Industrial shortly after the plan was approved. And then the client at that time proceeded to pursue grading activities. I know you're going to hear testimony that we removed all the trees on the northern side. There was not a large stand of trees because the site, of course, had been used, as you all know, by dirt developers previously to that, to remove dirt from the site, to bring it to various construction sites for development of residential homes and commercial buildings. So that site has been used as a dirt removal site for years and years and years before this plan was approved. And so our client at that time, which was Star Development, began the grading activities necessary to implement the Brighton Industrial Plan. Since that time, Ford has been searching for some areas that it can store its vehicles as they are produced on the line, and then they're moved out to some place to await transport. We've had various lots throughout the Northland. I know you all have seen lots. I'm sure Mr. Crowell has seen them. They've been stored on Metro North before it was being redeveloped, and other sites throughout the area. This site is very, very close to the Ford plant. It makes a lot of sense to put the vehicles in one centralized location. So the plan that is in front of you is the plan to approve this vehicle parking spaces. One of the things we've heard, and Larissa hasn't seen this before, but we have pulled back because there is an email that's been sent out and attached to your staff report of how close the property is at the northeast corner to the Brighton townhome properties. So we have pulled back from that site and created a larger setback as it relates to that townhome building that exists there, reducing the vehicle parking spaces. This has one access only to 210 Outer Road, has no accesses on North Brighton or Searcy Creek Parkway, and it has the shade and evergreen shrubs that are denoted. There's also a complaint about noise and the noise that's going to be generated by this, since it is a 24-hour operation. And I'll have Tyler speak to this. But I want to note that the place where vehicles are going to be loaded and unloaded is about 850 feet to 900 feet south of the northern property line. So this is the area where the vehicles are being loaded and unloaded. Tyler, do you want to speak to this slide?
Yeah, so Tyler Weissong with Kimley Horn, 805 Pennsylvania Avenue. So to speak to the noise levels, generally the largest noise generator for the development will be car carriers bringing cars into the site, unloading, and the temporary truck turnaround shown as the circle in the southeast corner there of the plan. So generally, to set a reference point, about 50 feet from that turnaround, the car carriers will generate about 75 decibels of noise. For reference, a typical suburban neighborhood is about 55 decibels. So we looked at how far to set that turnaround away to basically have the noise that radiates from that operation be removed and blend in with the suburban neighborhood. So generally, as a rule of thumb, every time you double the reference feet, so 50 feet, every time that's doubled, it reduces about 6 decibel. So by the time that we get to 500 feet, that noise has been reduced to 55 decibels, which is the target suburban neighborhood. As you can see from our plan, to the west property line, it's about 615 feet. And to the north property line, as Patricia noted, it's about 850 feet. And then that noise analysis doesn't take into account the wood fence or any of the landscaping that will also buffer the noise.
So the next slide then shows you the landscaping that is proposed. Staff requested that we make sure that our landscaping matched the previously approved plan, which we did. And then we're going to have some views showing cross sections of the landscaping and the views people will see. So the first one you can see is at the northeast corner of our northwest corner of the site. And you can see the view right here, and view 1 is here as you see the site. And then view 2 looks further south along Brighton. Then view 3 is the view right here, which is the fencing and the landscaping that's being installed. And view 4 is looking east from at the parking lot from Brighton. View 5 looks south, kind of south, or looks pretty much straight west. You can see the existing trees along Searcy Creek Parkway that are not being removed. And then view 6 is looking north from the 210's outer road. We've seen lots of emails. We held our public engagement meeting, and there was lots of concern about what this was going to look like from the north. So we did some cross sections from the northern property line, and you can see the 2 cross sections show. The first one shows the view right here, which is in the middle of the site, and then the other one shows the view from basically the house that is closest, the townhome that is closest to the site. I believe we're in agreement with the conditions. Larissa has stated how they are to be revised. We don't have any issues with any of the conditions. And Dean, I would like you to comment now on your operations. Eon.
Good morning, all. How are you today? Dean Anos with Precision Vehicle Logistics at 4401 Fletcher Street in Wayne, Michigan. Again, as Pat stated, our goal is to consolidate the multiple off-site locations that exist throughout Kansas City and the area to store new production vehicles coming out of the Ford Motor Company plant. This provides a good solution in that we can consolidate and get off of many of the other little sites that are sprinkled throughout the city. The operation will be 24/7 with minimal activity after the hours of 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. There will be 24/7 security on site, both manned and unmanned. The manned security, one will be at the entrance to the site. Another security person will be roaming the entire site, again, 24/7. And we will also have 24/7 surveillance cameras throughout every square foot of the site that are controlled from a central location.
Dean, are you done?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. As we've stated, the council previously approved the MPD plan. We believe that it fits within the MPD. We had a disagreement with staff at that time, as well as staff has a disagreement now. To be clear, if this does not move forward, then the site will be developed for the industrial buildings as has been approved by both you and the city council at this point in time. So we did have a public engagement meeting. There were 4 people, about 4 or 5 people who got online during that time. And we had some discussions. It was generally dealing with the landscaping and the fencing. But for that public engagement meeting, I just want you to know that I reviewed the record of everybody who had participated in 2021 and made sure that if I could find those email addresses, all of those individuals who participated at that time were notified. There were about 32 people that went out to. We did not have any participation, and I don't believe there are any emails from any of the neighbors that are directly across the street to the west. So we would request that you approve this with the conditions that are listed in the staff report as they've been revised by staff.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to hear a little bit more about the operation, how this is going to operate. So you said it's 24 hours, trucks in and out to bring cars in, or trucks, they unload and drive to the respective spot. And then somewhere down the road, then another truck shows up to take a load back somewhere else.
Yeah, Dean, can you provide more input on that?
That is correct. They will either, because of its close proximity to the plant, they may very well be driven or put on car carriers, taken to the site. And then when the vehicles are allowed to be released from the yard, they will either be driven or put on car carriers and taken to the respective end destination, be it a dealership or to a customer.
How long does a typical vehicle sit on the site before it's recycled out and a new one brought in?
It typically, believe it or not, depends on what colors are requested. And where they may be going, as opposed to putting one on a car carrier and taking it across the country. We'll wait until we load up. So the dwell time could be anywhere from 1 day to 10 days.
And then the number of spaces on this site, you're talking almost 3,200 vehicles at one time?
Yes, sir.
This will consolidate several sites you have in the Northland or other places all into one spot.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Is there lighting on this parking lot?
Yes,
there will be lighting.
Yeah, there's a photometric plan that was submitted.
Is that lighting, is it like a car dealership lighting that's so damn bright that it shines everywhere? Is it going to be?
It will be what's referred to as shoebox lighting, where it gets illuminated downward as opposed to across the site.
it will meet the requirement of the city's code in that it will not bleed off into the adjacent properties.
But yeah, it won't be like 20-foot tall poles, or it's more like 15-foot maybe, or lower.
It was noted on the photometric plan. I don't think I have that number in front of me on how tall they are.
We'll find that information for you.
I don't know. Any other questions?
Yeah, what do you anticipate the usage of the spaces to be? So at any given time, you know, do you anticipate it to be at 90% utilization, 80% utilization? Does it change throughout the year?
Dean?
It changes, it varies throughout the year. Clearly, the goal would be not to have a car parked on there because they would all be sold. But typically, like I said, the dwell time, it could very well be a typical model sells quicker than others. So some may sit there, it might be half full, might be 75, might be 100% full at any one time.
So that doesn't help me very much. If this lot was built a year ago, what would the utilization have been over the past year?
No doubt 100% full.
Okay. And then do you anticipate that this is something that will be necessary and used for an indefinite amount of time? Or is this addressing a particular, you know, situation with microchips or supply chain issues?
No, none of the storage of vehicles, typical plant, as there, nothing is just in time anymore. I guess is the short answer. Typically, they do sit on the lot, but this will not be related to chips or part supply storage. This will simply be vehicles produced, vehicles need a destination, and again, 3, 5, 10 days. The destination is typically determined, and they're shipped out to that destination.
And if this site is built as planned and it's, you know, in use a year from now, do you know approximately how many other sites will be decommissioned or no longer used for this short-term storage?
I can certainly provide that to you. I don't have the information readily available.
Are you able to give me a rough sense of this, since I'm not sure if it's like, you know, 20 sites, 5 sites?
There are currently 9 sites that are being used. I would imagine that 6 of them will go away and get consolidated into this site.
Gotcha. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And to follow up on the light pole question, 30 foot above finished grade.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
One of the slides that was shown, it showed that the actual parking space is down from the property lines. Did I follow that correctly?
Commissioner Beasley, I think what you're referring to is, and we can pull it up, is the unloading and loading area is about 850 feet south of the northern property line. The spaces will go up, they'll have a setback from the northern property line, and we've increased the setback as it applies to the northeast corner.
So is that the slide that showed the plantings?
Yes.
That's the one I'm thinking of. It looked like not that one.
You can see that round circle that she's showing.
Not that one.
Now,
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That one.
Yeah, that's the cross sections at the northern property line.
So this bottom one, that looks like it's a decline from the roadway to the surface parking lot?
It's not the roadway, it's the surface parking lot. And the area on the left is the North Brighton townhome property. So you can see that the middle of the site, there's a very sharp decline because that's the grades. The bottom of the slide is the northeast corner of the site.
So
and we've increased
information says vehicle storage and it points to the two cars. That to me looks like it's lower than the other end where it says property line.
It is.
Okay. So my question then goes back, when this was approved for the buildings, was that the same type of slope for the buildings to have been built?
Yes, generally they were lower than the north side of the site. The difference is the building stood up over 30 foot above the grade for the industrial site, whereas the cars won't have that projection up from finished grade. So they'll sit lower. And so somebody along the northeast 36th Street, the north side, would be blocked by the fence and the landscaping without seeing the cars.
So then when I look at the diagram or picture directly above that shows the green space around the parking, that to me looks more like a bowl or a well that the cars would be parked in. So the visibility of the cars are really not seen. You're looking at the shrubbery and stuff around it.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes. We do not believe you will see the cars from the northern property line because we've got a solid wood fence in there along with the landscaping and the grades.
So Kobe's question asked one of the things I was going to ask as well. When it came to the type of vehicles you were going to use to stock this parking area. You said it may be trucks or it may be individual cars driven. Did I hear that right?
The cars may be driven from the plant individually, or they may be put on car carriers.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard. I just want to confirm what I thought I heard. And you were saying that this is close to the plant. How close is it?
Less than 3 miles.
Okay. And I guess, Kobe, if I could, I don't know if I heard why staff was recommending denial. I know I heard her going through conditions, but did we have an actual statement as to why they were recommending denial?
Yeah, so staff is recommending denial because it does not align with the objectives of the MPD zoning district or the appropriate use of the MPD zoning district as well. I would also like to add that an ordinance was already introduced to City Council on October 26th. So this will be heard tomorrow at MPD.
And I know your sensitivity to that. I want to explain why. It's not because of your schedule, but we had to get the ordinance introduced because we have a closing scheduled this week that couldn't even be delayed 1 week because the council quits meeting after this week until after Thanksgiving. I think you can appreciate timing of closings and things like that. But when we're dealing with a council schedule that since August, basically, they've been not meeting at least 2 weeks of every month. We've had to coordinate timing of things.
So am I understanding the closing is for this lot?
It's for Friday.
No, for this property. You're just now trying to close on this property.
Correct.
Yeah, she's looking to do that by this Friday.
Yeah, I heard. I just wanted to confirm the site. Okay.
One last thing I'll note, which I think we'll hear in public testimony. I do think for applicants in the future, it would be helpful on a site such as this to also show the sight lines for the end of the property, since there's a good chance that due to the elevation, you might not see the first car of the lot, but you might see a car further in the future. And so like that would be helpful to know, to really get a better sense, because I feel like it's a little misleading to just show the nearest portion of the property as opposed to showing the full length of the property.
Note of that. I think Tyler can speak to it because he's the one who's done the sight lines.
Yeah, I know there's some renderings that were provided, and I think shown maybe missed in there, but we try to project over the whole site, so we can take a look at that.
And so did you look at, could you tell us if, you know, and again, I don't think I think there's a good chance that people will be able to see part of the cars, and that might be just the way it is, and that might be okay. Can you tell us whether that will be the case?
Yeah, on the north view, projecting towards the south part of the site, but it's, you know, what the distance would be, over 1,000 feet.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
I just thought of another question, if I might. I know that you're saying security surveillance and security people will be on site 24/7. Did we say anything about signage? And the thing that hit me is if someone saw something, how would they contact someone?
We don't have any signage showing on the plan. I believe that given the security measures that are on this site and the operations, that it will all be visible. Dean, do you want to add anything to that?
No,
I'm mainly concerned if a citizen saw something and wanted to report it, how would they go about that? Is what came to my mind.
Dean, do you want to provide any input?
Sorry, the company signage would be on there, would be on the entrance to the site. And of course, in compliance with the signing ordinance, but it would have a phone number on there, I'm certain.
Okay.
And again, there would be a manned security person at the
Yeah, I
gate
understand that part.
24/7. Okay.
Always have those funny flukes that happen. So no, that's what I was asking for.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. So if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, does it appear there are a couple people in the chamber who wish to speak? We'll go with those first.
My name is Jeanette Mormino and I live at 5307 Northeast 36th Street in North Brighton Townhouses. I live on the north end of my backyard is 250 feet from the actual property line. From my second story bedroom window, I can see everything. Originally, they've been digging dirt out of this place. They left the trees at the tree line. They said they were going to leave them. A couple of years ago, they took down part of the trees, and last fall they took down the rest of the trees. So they built a berm because we were getting hit with like strong winds from the river, picking up 50-pound, 100-pound pots and throwing them around. The 43-acre asphalt parking lot is going to make it about 80 degrees hotter in the summertime. And at 100 degrees, that's going to be 80 degrees hotter. I already can't grow any vegetables because this year it was too hot since they tore the trees down. They haven't been really worried about the neighborhood or the neighbors or anything else. They've just been going on their merry way doing their thing, ruining the value of our property. 24/7, they're going to run 24/7. When am I going to be able to sleep? Seriously, it's going to be terrible. I sent in writing a lot of information with pictures from my second story window and pictures of what the land looked like. And it went from being a plush old growth river bluff to being a dirt pit. And the tire particles, they actually 1,000 times worse than the exhaust from a car because they actually breach the brain blood barrier and they go into your system. I know they're saying that they're gonna stage the cars 900 feet away. I can hear 210, which is even further away than they're saying they're gonna stage the cars, and it's just not, it's not gonna work. It's like an insane plan put in an actual residential neighborhood. Please vote no.
Hey, ma'am, I've got a question for you.
One more thing, on the contingency that they wanted to, what was it? The deviation on the trees and the shrubs, make them put in, if they do this, make them put in those trees and shrubs, the 634 trees and the 3,369 shrubs, because that's gonna help clean up our atmosphere and make our breathing a little bit better in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Hey, ma'am. Jeanette, got a question for you.
Yes.
So I guess you understand there's one of two things that could happen on the
I
site.
would rather have a warehouse
Okay,
than a 2,210 car parking lot for Ford Motor Company.
okay, thank you.
I've listened to their stories and their promises, and they never end up the way they're supposed to. It's a big dirt pile. Nothing they said they were gonna do over the last few years have they done. Nothing.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
My name's Les Dudry and I represent North Brighton Townhouses at 5057 Northeast 37th Street. And just have a couple of concerns and questions. One is the barrier, the fence on the north side. There's been some suggestions of a taller fence to block the view, possibly a concrete wall to keep the sounds from coming through, and would still offer in the long term more security to have a 8 or 10 foot concrete wall up there. And we'd like to see more mature trees planted for landscaping. A lot of trees, I believe, were unnecessarily taken out. That was a natural buffer that had been there for probably 100 years. Personally, I don't think the sound's going to be that big of a thing, but there are a lot of concerns, over the sound. And one thing you got to keep in mind that we've put up with ever since this whole dirt removing project started is there's been no dust control, period. And when they're working down there, dust will blow into our property. We've got 382 units, probably 1,000 cars. And there's been some cases where they all needed to go to the car wash once a week. Would like to see something done about the dust control. That's about all I've got. But we would like to see and more mature trees planted. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No one online has raised their hand, and it appears everyone from the chamber wishing to speak has done so.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So obviously we've heard from a couple of residents, especially on the north side, noise barriers and that kind of thing. And some of that really, I agree. Something needs to be done a little bit better on the north side than this. So I'm kind of curious to hear from applicant.
Mr. Crowell, or Chairman Crowell, sorry.
That's right.
I'm gonna have Dean Anos kind of speak to the barriers being proposed on the north side. We certainly believe that the wood fence is a good barrier along with all of the landscaping. I don't believe that Dean would oppose additional landscaping, but we've got to be careful that we don't put in too much to prevent growth. So, Tyler, do you have any additional comments on it before we go to Dean?
I think just on the fencing, we matched, I think the height required or allowed, is the 6 foot, so I think going taller. Would require some sort of deviation, for what's allowed there on, fence height.
Well, can add it to the list.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
So Dean, do you have anything additional you'd like to say as it applies to landscaping and fencing on the north side? I don't know that you would oppose an 8-foot fence if we put an 8-foot fence along the north side.
Not if, we would not object to that at all.
Trying to get back to the landscape plan. From what I see on the maturity of the trees that are on either side, the north or the west, that they're only 12 to 14 feet tall max once they're fully grown. Did I read that right on your landscape sheets? Yeah, height 12 to 14 feet. And that's only 6 to 8 feet higher than what you have for the actual fence. And it seems like they're fairly sparse there on that north side. Is there a different tree that we can use that's a little bit taller? I'm not a landscape guy. I'm looking at an architect, maybe.
I'm not an architect. I just work there.
But I don't know. I kind of like to see something a little bit bigger, taller there to provide a much a better buffer for that, especially when you got lighting that's in this parking lot. First, I want to back up just this whole project, this whole site. I wasn't in favor of the row houses to begin with. I think our planning commission voted it down. It was a vote by the council to override that. And even the final plan, sure, we voted for it, but it was a council already approved plan. So I'm not sure. I know that this body was not in favor of that project. And then now we've got this parking lot. It's really trying to work on what's the less of the two things here. Because in my opinion, this is just me speaking. I don't believe this is the best use for this particular site, but this is what I have to work with. It's either a warehouse or parking lot or something else. And so I'm trying to figure out, I think this is maybe a little bit lesser, but is there something that we have to have a better buffer between the residential area and this parking lot, especially when you got 30-foot tall lighting on here. I know if we shorten it up, that shortens up the distance of which the light will go, so you have to have more lights, but same time, maybe there's a way to dim them down a little bit so it doesn't have to be as bright, or something. And then again, a better tree or something on the north side.
Yeah, I agree with all those sentiments. To make sure I understand correctly, question for the applicant. So the current owner is Star,
Yes,
and there's a closing, meaning that the property would change hands on Friday if everything goes through as planned.
correct.
Yeah, so what's tough for me is that, I don't want to, maybe this is based upon the existing conditions, the right thing for the potential new owner who is not the applicant, but who is here.
The applicant who's here is the applicant and going to be the new owner.
Okay, gotcha. Because I certainly don't want to, it is a good example of a developer who could have done a better job in terms of the past few years, the way that the land has been handled. Because I would be very upset too if I had dust constantly gushing into my home. So I think that you're absolutely correct that based upon what we've seen, the street lights are going to be, or the lights are going to be pretty obnoxious at various times of the day and very, very visible. I think the easiest thing, and the reason I was asking about the capacity for this lot, the easiest thing would be to extend the northern buffer. And I think that that's a reasonable thing to do. I don't think it'll eliminate a ton of spots, and that would allow for more vegetation. I actually completely agree with someone who provided public testimony about requiring all of the trees and shrubs to still be planted. The issue with the amount of space is that it would be difficult to do, but I think extending the northern buffer would allow for it. And I'll also note, I think this thing's going to happen no matter what, the way it's going to happen. That's what I would recommend.
Are we talking? We're trying.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think we just saw a case where there was nothing around it. And other than that, it looked like a church and there was no other buildings around. And I just feel so bad for this neighborhood that this piece of land has been mismanaged and decided to have some of the worst uses for the surrounding area that we've seen, I think, in our entire time. I think we've, other than a few gas stations that there's like 5 around it, we rarely have voted unanimously to deny a project. And I think it almost makes the warehouses look like a godsend compared to the parking. And that's sad to say, especially since it's so close to residents, and it actually would make a great place for some multifamily or whatnot. It's just sad that this is where we're at. So I'll be voting no because there's no reason to put 3,000 parking spots right next to residential when there's plenty of other properties north of the Ford plant that are far away from residential sites that could be managed in a different way. So I voted no pretty vehemently on the first plan, and I would vote no now with even with that as a backup happening. So.
And then based upon this already being docketed and the, the land previously owned by Parks already being given back or sold to or given up, I don't know how you'd say that. Would you rather vote no, or would you rather put in new conditions?
I would vote no.
Because I agree. I don't think it's the best use of the land. I agree with the staff's recommendation, and also feel as though that this, everything's happening and it's going to go forward. And so if part of me would rather put in some conditions, if the applicant's open to it, that increases that northern boundary a little bit.
Well, I mean, I think if we vote to deny, I don't know how but yeah, we would keep those conditions. So I don't know. I just look at the highest and best use. If we have 2 options of what's going to happen here, and it's buildings that produce tax revenue, that produce jobs in a meaningful sense, that versus basically a staging area, like a surface lot logistics center, essentially, I'm going to go with the buildings and a few more jobs.
I hear that, and I do think we have to view that as accessory to plant itself, which is a huge job generator. So I don't think it should be taken by itself, because I do like the idea of consolidating 6 other lots potentially throughout Kansas
Plenty of
City.
places to put a parking lot in Kansas City.
Yeah.
We do it all the time. So.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley?
Point of clarification. I've only heard discussion of residential north. There's no residential west of this, south or east of this spot?
There is to the west, yes. Nothing to the east. And in the south is Highway 210.
It's all industrial to the south past the highway, heavy industrial.
And there's well, that's a moot point. No need to even ask that question. Okay, I just had that thought as y'all were discussing things, and we only were focusing on the north. I do like the point that was brought up with environmental concerns and how it would affect the health of those residents. I don't think that was mentioned in any type of presentation, not just the dust that we've been talking about, but also the citizen that brought up tire particles and how those relate to health issues. I found that quite interesting.
Commissioner Beasley, I pulled that article that was cited in the email. That I pulled a copy of that article that was cited in the email. It was an article done by Yale. And it was really analyzing the tire particles that were being produced on streets and highways, not on a parking lot where they're just sitting. Oh.
There may not be the frequency of movement, but there still would be movement on that parking lot with those cars. So I understand the point.
I think we're at a point, let's go ahead and close all testimony.
Yeah, we are.
And then, go from there. I think we've heard some testimony from, various commissioners at this point in time. Any other discussion on this? I think as you're talking, Commissioner Enders, about if it is in favor of that, you'd like to add some, conditions to it. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's an all bad, plan for Kansas City. Again, I don't think it's the right spot and I would prefer to see something else, but if you think it makes sense, then I would rather condition it accordingly, but I'm also happy to recommend denial.
Yeah, I think, it seems like before we do that, do you have something to add, Joe? You look like you're-
I was just gonna there's been a lot of discussion about screening on the north side, and the plan that was approved previously did show grading right up to the northern property line. So my question is whether or not that has actually, I know grading has occurred, but has it gone all the way to the north property line? Because that affects the likelihood that you can actually screen the use. And I think that's relevant to your conversation, so I wanted to bring that up.
It seemed like the buildings
Thank you, Joe.
that were proposed before, yes, you'd had the grading all the way to the north side because they needed that area to have the drive around it, and the building itself was 42 feet tall, if I remember correct. So screening that is.
Right, but the residential project to the north sits above the site, and according to the plan that was approved by council previously, it shows grading all the way up to that north property line. So there wouldn't be an opportunity to really do anything if they did grade it that way without regrading again to put something on their property that would effectively screen it, I think, because of the grading that's been done.
Yeah.
Unless they have other ideas.
Yeah, so the site was mass graded before, and so generally the north limit's been pulled back some compared to the previous plan. But there would still be a berm on the top and it would grade straight down similar to the industrial site. There will be the fence on the north side.
Yeah.
But not shrubs?
No, I think if it stays as a warehouse, I don't think you're gonna have any fencing.
So that option is still on the table to have the warehouse.
It's in theory still on the table, but it's already been docketed and it's sponsored by the two council members in the district. So I would gather it's not in reality.
Okay, plus new ownership of the land, because the warehouse was different ownership, right?
It would be the previous or the selling owner would develop that, my understanding.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm
I think we're-
I'm ready to vote.
Yep, let's go. All right, I need a motion, please.
What case is this? I move to deny docket item 7.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for denial of docket item number 7, and I believe that means denial in terms of the case itself, not denial of the recommendation of staff.
Yes, the case itself.
Okay. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Brown,
No?
Enders,
Aye.
Ross,
No. Okay, looks like the motion is in favor of denial 3-2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, it's 11:28. Can we take like a 15-minute break? Is there lunch?
I'm gonna ask Giovanni or Lisa if she's listening, if they know if lunch has arrived.
You can let's take a 15-minute break and then hear a couple more cases and then cut for lunch.
I will be leaving at 1.
What?
I'll take the break, but at 1 o'clock I'll be leaving if we're not finished.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was. Yeah, see it. Okay.
There's a little red inside.
Here we go. We're on docket items. Welcome back, everybody. So we're gonna start here with docket item number 8. And what I'm hoping to do, since Commissioner Beasley is with us until 1, that we'll go to 1 o'clock, and then after that, then we'll take a lunch break and then come back and finish in the afternoon. So hopefully we'll get through a couple of cases here before we do that. So I think we're on docket item number 8 now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have we heard anything out of the owner or the applicant for docket item 4 by chance? Nothing?
They will be online and ready to participate whenever you call their number.
All right, we'll wait for them after lunch.
All right, so docket item 8 is case CPC 2023-00150. A request to approve a rezoning from District M2-2 and M3-5 to District MPD, which also serves as a preliminary plat to allow about 1.6 million square feet of office, administrative, commercial, and manufacturing space on 7 lots and 4 tracks, generally located at the northeast corner of Missouri Route 150 and Botts Road. Olufuk Baji is the staff planner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. You got 15.
Yes.
Olufuk Baji, rest of the City Plan Commission, Olufuk Baji, City Planning and Development staff. Again, as Joe said, this is docket item number 8. And this is a request for rezoning with a plan, and title we gave the project is East Campus Office and Manufacturing MPD. I'll just go, I have Scott Cargill in the crowd, and I have
Evan Breslin on behalf of Promontory 150, the property owner, and with me is Darren Nielsen, Vice President, H&TB Corporation.
And I think Jacob should be online.
Jacob is online, that's correct.
Okay. This next case is way down south, as Joe said, 150 at the northwest corner of 150 highway and 49, I-49. So it's just a general location and what's happening around this site. The project site again is to the northeast corner of Botts and 150. Across the street on Botts Road is the NNSA site. South of 150, we've approved several projects in this area for Centerpoint Intermodal. We've also approved the I-49 Commerce Center development just south of the site. Our old Richard Gabawa is to the south, and the last CPC meeting, we approved the rezoning and area plan amendment for Arrow Lakes, which is just on the southeast corner of Holmes and 150 highway. Zoom in tighter, again, this is the site, about 250 acres. And the site I just mentioned is just south of the city of Grandview, and to the west of the site is also the city of Grandview along I-49. Overall project data is about 250 acres, currently 2 parcels, zoned M2-2 and M3-5. The request before you today is to rezone it from M2-2 and M3-5 to MPD, which is a master plan development. This is within the Martin City area plan, and the future land use calls for industrial land use. So the proposed rezoning is consistent with the future land use. The property is currently vacant, but I just want to remind you that last year we did approve a development plan for what we tagged as I-49 Industrial North. And that approved plan allowed for 2.5 million square feet of office and warehouse development. And as part of that approval, they received a 404 Army Corps permits to channel the southern part of the existing stream, and I'll show you that shortly. And that since then, the site has been disturbed and grading permit issued, and they've been working diligently. So today's plan has nothing to do with what was approved last year. This is a brand new plan, and they would like to rezone this to MPD. So real quick, this is existing conditions. So the stream that was channelized was shown and boxed here in red. So the 404 permit allowed them to remove this stream, as you can see, coming from the NNSA site to the west. That stream was already interrupted, so this is gone. There's an existing asphalt batch plant that has been relocated down to the south of 150 highway. And this plan also proposed to vacate Colorado. Sorry, I moved my picture. So Colorado Avenue will be vacated. It's located here and made part of this development. So this is a secured federal site. So it's called the East Campus, which will be part of what's existing on this west side of Butts. And due to that, we do have limited access to certain plans, and we have certain sensitivity to what we've been reviewing as part of this process. This proposal, and I'd like to make a correction, both Joe and I think I said in my legal ad, it was 1.6 million square feet. This is going to be 2.5 million square feet, and it's going to be in 2 phases. So, and it will again allow for office, administrative, commercial, manufacturing, including a substation, and that's part of phase 2. This MPD plan also serves as a preliminary plat, and the applicant in this case is also asking for waiver. And one of the major waiver they want is to be able to, rather than have the MPD final plan come to City Plan Commission, they would like that approved administratively by the City Planning and Development Director. They have included a design guideline calling out what materials are permitted and what materials are prohibited. That would just make for efficient, I want to say, review and entitlement process. They also asking for exception from 88-430, being that this is a sensitive site, but staff will approve the lighting plan, so they would like the lighting plan approved as part of the final plan administratively, not to meet the zoning and development standards. So the lighting will be engineered and it will be approved by staff as part of the plan. So those are the 2 waivers they're asking for. Again, I said this acts as a preliminary plat, and the site is divided into north and south, following what will be the stream buffer, separating the site with a crossing sometime in the future. So phase 1 is on the bottom and phase 2 is on the top. The substation is proposed right off Botts Road, with main access coming off Botts on the north, one on the south, with a track that goes through the site and then comes out through vacated Colorado to 150 highway. So it's going to be 7 lots, 4 tracks. Again, Colorado is going to be vacated. All the utilities will be private, and the streets within this development will be private. So phase 1 will be about 160 acres, 1.9 million square feet, 9 buildings, and about 4,000 parking spaces. Phase 2, which is the smaller part and the northern part, is 87 acres, 645,000 square feet, 7 buildings, and 1,300 parking spaces. The only kind of, I don't want to say setbacks or issue, the only comment staff had was that there was a TIS submitted, and we have a condition that the TIS be approved by both MoDOT and Public Work prior to this ordinance moving forward to City Council. We also have concern by fire department as to how they get access. They want a 2-way access to phase 1 and also to the first 2 buildings based on the size of the building. That's being worked on with fire department. Staff also had concern that has been addressed by the applicant about making sure that the site has pedestrian connectivity both from the site and onto the 150 trail. And they did provide a view of the site from 150 highway for me. So this is the stream buffer. If you see, the lower tributary of that stream has been channelized and relocated. So now this is existing stream buffer as required by code. And this is a tree preservation plan, even though they are not required to, because the approval was granted prior to the tree ordinance. They did submit one, and this green area shows the trees to be preserved, which was kind of maintained anyway due to the stream buffer. So this is your tree preservation and mitigation plan. And this is a cross section of what you will see along this red line. So just on the off ramp on 150 from Butts. So you see the site with the building, and this is 150 highway. So you will see that it's gonna be set in a way that most of these buildings will be below grade. But I do have a condition that where they come to grades, they make sure that it's properly screened and burned. Our staff reviewed the criteria for rezoning, and they do meet all the criteria. And the recommendation from staff is approval, subject to the condition, and that ends my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Can you go back like 5 slides? And you see you had a bullet point about federal protected or something like that. Can secure federal site. Can you remind me what that bullet point means?
That's secured federal site. It's the east campus of what's on the west side of Butts. So
Yeah, so this won't be a secured federal site, correct?
it will be, I'll let Kevin answer.
Mr. Chairman, this is an expansion of the existing campus that sits on the west side, the Honeywell campus.
Okay.
Honeywell and the federal agency have literally outgrown the campus that they first began to occupy in 2012. And this will allow them continued growth of their activities in South Kansas City and a significant increase in their presence here in Kansas City, both in terms of the scope of what they do, the number of buildings, obviously, and the number of employees. They have literally outgrown their existing campus in just the span of.
So this is a part of the Honeywell piece.
It's an expansion of that campus. That's
So that-
correct.
I think
That's an accurate.
The other thing I'm trying to do, he's wondering if he needs recused because it's.
No. This is just, no, it's not in that sense.
I have a question.
It's to be perfectly accurate, it's a private development. The ultimate end user would be the federal agency that owns and occupies the property to the west. Honeywell actually doesn't own that property. They're simply the federal operator.
Gotcha.
And they won't own this property either. So I won't speak for the member, but I don't think there's a conflict.
It'll just be a 10, more or less. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So any questions from the commission to city staff? Commissioner Beasley? Okay, I see you're shaking her head.
Mr. Chairman, again, my name is Kevin Breslin on behalf of the property owner, Promontory 150 LLC, 1511 Baltimore, Suite 300, Kansas City, 64108. Joining me this morning is Darren Nielsen from HNTB Architecture, Kansas City, as well as Jacob Hobson from Olson, and also my colleague and a fellow principal of the ownership entity, Scott Cargill, C&G Consulting. Thank you for the excellent staff report. As always, Olafu has presented a very thorough case. He's done certainly his homework, and I think the presentation is completely accurate. As I mentioned earlier, this does represent a significant additional growth of this federal employer in Kansas City, Missouri. This will literally double the existing campus in size and in the number of employees that will occupy the site. Because of the nature of the federal ownership, this really does represent essentially, one could say, a nearly permanent increase in the presence and the growth of the amount of employment that occurs in this area. So I think for Kansas City, Missouri, this is a tremendous opportunity. It's important to note that all the infrastructure to service this property was constructed back around 2010 when the original campus was established. together with the developments that have occurred to the south of Richards Gebauer. So there's relatively zero impact on the municipal infrastructure requirements. We do have to do some modest expansion of Botts Road on the north side to service the additional inbound and outbound traffic on the east side. But essentially all the municipal infrastructure is in place. These were regional improvements that were anticipated as part of the overall growth in this quadrant of the city. And so in that respect, there really is relatively little impact on municipal resources in order to make this happen. The upside is a tremendous growth in, again, Kansas City-based employment for the city. Mr. Chairman, we're happy to answer any questions that you or the members may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission regarding this? Commissioner Beasley? Must be a pretty good presentation, no questions. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. I think from my standpoint, looks like a great project and it's a great addition to Kansas City and I'm full support in favor of this. Congratulations, I guess.
Thank you, Mr.
Johnson. Yeah. Anybody else? If not, I'll take a motion, please.
Yeah, and then I'll throw any changes.
Oh, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll move to approve docket item 8 with conditions.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8 with conditions stated. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Looks like motion passes in 5-0.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
bringing
Chairman.
it in.
Thank you,
Good
members
luck.
of the commission. Thank you all.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 9, please.
Docket item 9 is case CPC 2023-00152. A request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan to allow for the construction of 2 hotels in District B3-3 on 5 acres located at North Newark Circle and North Ambassador Drive. Andrew Clark is the staff one.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners.
Just barely.
Just barely.
Yes.
All right. Oh, before you is docket number 9. This is CPC 2023-152. This is a development plan, a major amendment to an existing development plan. This is for a courtyard by Marriott at 11301 North Newark Circle. The site, as indicated in the name of this project, is adjacent to KCI, directly east of I-29. As you can see here, it is located within a strong lodging area adjacent to the airport. This site has never been developed. It has been cleared years ago for development, but no development has occurred. It's generally flat on North Ambassador. And then here's a view looking northwest. You recently approved a project for a bus terminal to the south of this site. With this plan, the applicant does have a long-term plan of developing this property into 2 separate lots. Right now, they are only moving forward with lot 1, which, as you can see here, is in the northern portion of the lot. Here are the elevations proposed for this courtyard. And staff's recommendation is approval with conditions. They will be conditioned to come back through with a project plan when lot 2 is developed.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation?
And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff? All right, so with that, I'd like to welcome the applicant. Is the applicant available?
Yes, Nick Slutter with Renaissance Infrastructure Consulting. Commissioners, thank you for allowing us to present our project to you today. I'm hoping that our architect, Scott Tillema with Shaw Hofstra and Associates is on, but if not, I'll do my best to answer any architectural questions. But yeah, this development plan is proposing kind of master plan with two hotels. And as Andrew said, we are progressing with the Northern Hotel on Lot 1. We are in agreement to staff's conditions. And we don't have any additional presentation, but we are here to entertain any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Commissioner Beasley?
No, I was reading the docket, so it is going to eventually be two hotels on the north and then the south.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Slutter?
Nothing at this time, and we just want to thank you for your time in considering this, our application.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close testimony, and if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 9 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye. Well, looks like it's been approved 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready to move on to number 10?
All right, docket item number 10 is case number CPC 2023-00154. Request to approve a major amendment to an approved development plan to allow for a hotel in District B3-3 on 5 acres located at Northwest Plaza Circle and North Ambassador. You could confuse these two. It's exactly the same except for the address.
Okay, the next case before you today is about a mile north of the last case. I will share the screen here. This is docket number 10, 2023-154. This is another major amendment to a previously approved development plan. And this is located at 11832 Northwest Plaza Circle. This site also is adjacent to KCI, just east of I-29 and directly south of Cookingham Drive. Here is a view looking northwest from Northwest Plaza Circle. This area filled with lodging uses. This is an existing hotel and they are proposing an additional tower on the north end. This shot is important. The applicant has agreed to extend this sidewalk and make the connection that you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. As many of you know, when you're at the hotel, it's nice to take a walk every once in a while. Right now, the site is quite empty on the north end. Staff is happy that the applicant came to us to add this proposal as written in the staff report. This will really create a more intimate courtyard and also block that northern wind. Here is a rough rendering that the applicant provided of the new guest tower, which will complement the sort of late mid-century look of the existing building. And here we are, north is on top right up here, or to the right. The applicant will be adding additional parking area, but most importantly for the fire department, we have additional access. So the site can be entirely served with aerial access, as this is more than 3 stories. And I just wanted to show some of the elevations the applicant provided. They're doing a really nice job of this new tower complementing what is already on site. Staff's recommendation for this case is approval with conditions, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant. Welcome.
I'm Kyle Kippis. I'm with Fall Valley Engineering. Justin Murray with Belknot is also on, I believe, in the virtual queue. We enjoyed working with staff. We are in favor of the conditions. One item that we would like to note, condition 20, it is for water service to Ambassador, and we are showing a increase from a 6-inch main to a 12-inch main. Our DRC comment was to either increase that main or connect to the south to the existing 12-inch plaza. We are showing that increase in upsizing, but we would also like to be able to have the option of connecting to plaza to the south in the future. I think we were showing that as the kind of the more difficult to be permitted and potentially the more costly as to construct.
Okay. Can you show me that again, Andrew?
I didn't include a utility plan.
Okay.
But the applicant is correct. They have 2 options of which route they can go. They showed the more expensive option at this point in time. But KC Water did mention that they can access water from the south side of the site.
Okay. And that's what that just needs to be clarified on the conditions. Is that right?
As long as we can go back to the original DRC comment, that's kind of what we were looking for. Yes.
Okay.
We have contractors looking into that at this time.
Is that okay with you, Luke? Luke Casper?
Sorry, Kobe, I was trying to get unmuted there. What was the question exactly so that I make sure I'm answering it correctly?
So I think there are 2 options as to where to connect the water line to serve this facility. One of them was based on the comment that was made back at the DRC meeting, and now there's something else on the actual conditions. So just want to clarify that they can do either or.
Yeah, they have water both on the south side and on the north side that they can use.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Anything else? Okay, this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 10, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. And anything else you'd like to add? Okay, so we'll close testimony, and if there's no discussion needed by the commission, I'll take a motion, please.
What's the wording on 20 that we would?
The wording is that we would increase the existing 6-inch water main from our point of connection to the existing 12-inch on North Ambassador. So we wanted to make sure that that was not limiting us to that being our only.
Yeah, they just wanted to clarify that because these preliminary drawings show a northern connection.
Okay.
That
So we
they're
don't need to
not
change anything?
forced. So we don't need to change anything.
Okay.
As I explained to the applicant, this would be handled at the permitting stage.
Okay.
And would
Sounds
not
good.
be tied to an entitlement. So this time you're okay.
That's what I like to hear. I don't like to make water policy in committee. I move to approve docket item 10 with conditions.
Second. So we've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 10 with conditions stated. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crown,
Aye.
Ender,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for bringing it in and good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you. All right, Joe, let's keep going. Number 11, please.
Case number CPC 2023-00146, a request to approve a rezoning to district MPD and amend a previously approved preliminary development plan on 2.6 acres at the southeast corner of Northwest 96th Street and Highway 169 to allow for a townhouse development. Matthew Barnes is the staff planner.
Okay, good afternoon, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development Management Division, here with CD CPC 2023-00146, a major amendment for the steeplechase development located at the southwest corner of southeast corner, excuse me, of 96th Street and 169 Highway. Located in the Northland, just north of 152 Highway. Here's a closer view of that. You can see its location to Tiffany Springs Parkway to the north, which turns into Northwest 96th Street along this side. Again, 169 Highway and 152 Highway that are shown at the bottom middle of the screen. Closer view of the site outlined in yellow there. Northwest 96th Street at this location is a parkway established. To the south of the highlighted space is the rest of the steeplechase development. This is a continuation and amendment of the original plan. And here's a view of the site. The apartments there, like I said, are the steeplechase apartments. You can see the clubhouse kind of to the left of middle there. So previously approved on the site was 3 office buildings, which had 52,500 square feet of office and retail. That was approved in March of 2013. This was amended on December 20th of 2018 to allow for 51 residential units in 20 buildings. You can see the plan to the left had a mixture of sizes. They along 96th Street were single unit buildings and then a mixture throughout. The applicant is requesting a amendment to the approved plan to allow for 15 buildings with 56 residential townhome units. This is going to be on one lot, and these are not a for sale product. This will be one single owner in continuation with the existing steeplechase apartments. And this is the site plan. There will be placing additional trees along Northeast 96th Street. The interior private open spaces will be provided with trees and shrubs. I forgot to point out, you can see a pedestrian connection along, you can see my cursor there, 96th Street. They've orientated the buildings towards the parkway as required and provided additional pedestrian connections to the parkway. And here are the elevations. This is the elevations along 96th Street. You can see that the above image is what will be facing the parkway with the main entrances, and on the interior street of the development, you'll have the parking. There is a condition to revise the plans to add an additional pedestrian connection outlined in red that will connect the entrance driveway to those townhomes to the west. With that, staff is recommending approval with conditions for major amendment to the steeplechase, and I can take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission?
Yeah, just one question, since it looks like there are garages in all of these and, I don't think there are in the existing apartments on that street, or the interior street on the bottom right-hand side, even further bottom, looks like a major, throughway. Was that considered in terms of like people getting out of garages and like, is there significantly more traffic in that? Cause it seems like a connective artery for the whole plan. Is that something that we all look at or someone looks at when considering whether those people can exit those garages in a safe way?
I don't believe we did evaluate that. That's outside of the amendment area for this. We were mainly focused on ensuring that there were safe pedestrian routes, but I don't know if the applicant can speak more on if they did any research onto.
Is the one like, so on the far right of that drawing where your cursor was, if you take it all the way back, keep on going right, or our right is the same, right? Yeah, right
Yeah.
there. That circle, like, cause that's kind of essentially you're coming right off of that roundabout. So I just wasn't sure if that's gonna be problematic, if a lot of people are entering the site through that one central spot. It seems like there could be significant amount of traffic. It could be a tough spot to get out of if you can't see because you're in a garage.
I can speak to that. My name is Brandon Thomas. I represent the architectural team from Buck Homes in Draper, Utah. Adjacent from these townhomes, we have parking. So on that road, we have actual resident parking that's happening for the existing apartment complexes currently. And so considering that we were adding additional parking on the other side of the street, we didn't see that as being a problem with the existing parking that's already happening there. That this was already happening on site, that if we're just adding parking on the other side, it wasn't going to be an issue. That the entire site.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You're like really fading away
sorry.
quite a bit.
Just the fact that we already have parking on the adjacent side of the street for the residents who already reside there, that adding the additional parking wasn't going to be an issue. That our throughways throughout the entire site are where our parking's located. That is just an additional, it's mimicking what's already happening on site.
Thanks. Yeah, just want to raise it in case someone who knows in vehicular traffic better than me, if they would say that that's worrisome or not.
Okay, any other questions for city staff? Okay, welcome the applicant now, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Sean Athy, Block Land and Development Project Manager, Development Manager, and Hammond Thomas, our architect. Thank you to the staff for the time on this, and thank you to the Planning Commission for meeting with us. We
can't hardly hear you. If you don't mind speaking into.
Sorry.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We accept the considerations and open it to any questions, additional questions you may have.
Okay. All right, any questions for the applicant?
This is the one street I regularly drive on, the Northland. And can you make sure that the trees are watered, the street trees are watered that are planted? Cause there's a lot of dead trees up there. And it seems like it's the one street that everything dies on, so. That's a very small thing, but.
Okay.
I don't know, I just drive it a lot. There's a lot of dead trees, so, but I can make a motion if anyone like.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley, any questions? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
Oh, yeah.
If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 11, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one in the chamber wishes to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. And anything else to add?
No, thank you for your time.
Okay, so with that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 11 with conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11 with conditions. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Anders,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes in 5-0. Thank you for bringing it in and good luck.
Thank you.
We ready for docket items 12.1 through 12.30? Oh, no, it goes to 12.8.
Yeah, it goes all the way through 12.8. They're all condominium plat vacations. So repealing the plat, the condo plat for each of these buildings.
Okay, yep, let's do it. You ready?
You want me to read them one at a time and hear each case, or do you want me to read them all at once? All 8?
I think seems like it's all kind of relative to the same thing. Let's just open them all up and do one motion at the end.
Okay.
If that works.
Docket item 12.1 is case number ROW 2023-00027, a request to vacate a condominium plat for the Mayella condominium at 4152 McGee Street. Docket item 12.2, case number ROW 2023-00029, request to vacate the condominium plat for the Oak Street condos at 4006 Oak. Docket item 12.3, case number ROW 2023-00030, a request to vacate the condominium plat for the Gallery Oak condo building at 4000 Oak. Docket item 12.4, case number ROW 2023-00031, a request to vacate the condominium plat for the Wyandotte condo building at 3509 Wyandotte Street. Docket item 12.5, case number ROW 2023-00032, a request to vacate the condominium plat for Notre Dame condo building at 3724 Locust Street. Docket item 12.6, case number ROW 2023-00033, a request to vacate the condominium plat for the Sunset condominium building at 4821 Roanoke. Docket item 12.7, case number ROW 2023-00034, a request to vacate the condominium plat for the Washington Irving condominium building at 4746 Roanoke Parkway. And docket item 12.8, case number ROW 2023-00035, a request to vacate the condominium plat for Gallery 2 condominium building at 4317 McGee Street. Justin Smith is the staff planner.
Thank you for that, Joe, and good afternoon, commissioners. In front of you, I have docket item numbers 12.1 through 8. All those case numbers are listed right there. And like he said, this is a vacation of condominium plats. So I wanted to start out with just the definition of a condominium through Chapter 88 of the Zoning and Development Code. System of separate ownership of individual units, with each unit owner entitled to a percentage ownership in the common elements evidenced by the recording of a plat and declaration of condominium. So the only way to rid a vacation plat is through 88-560, vacation of an alley, street, or plat. So the intent, each building is currently platted as a condominium. The applicant is the sole owner of each unit in the condos. Approval would return these structures to multi-unit buildings under one ownership as they're being advertised as. And with that, the condominium association and bylaws will be dissolved. No physical changes with approval of these docket items will occur. So here are the following 8 condominiums. They're all located in the Midtown Plaza area plan. And so now I'll just go through each one of those. So 12.1 is the Mayella condominium, located on the corner of East 43rd and McGee Street. Here's a picture of the plat, and this would vacate 1 building and 6 units. Next, we have the Oak Street condominiums, located on the corner of East 40th Street and Oak Street. This condominium consists of 3 buildings and 24 units. 12.3 is the Gallery Oak condominiums. This is located on the corner of East 40th and Oak Street. This contains one building with 20 units. Moving on to 12.4, the Wyandotte condominium located on West Armor Boulevard and Wyandotte Street. This contains 3 buildings and 18 units. Moving on to 12.5, the Notre Dame condominium located on East 38th Street and Locust. And this condo contains 3 buildings and 34 units. Going on to 12.6, the Sunset condominiums located on the plaza on the corner of Roanoke and Ward Parkway. This is one building containing 39 units. 12.7, the Washington Irving condominium located on the corner of Roanoke and West 48th Street. This is one building with 38 units. And lastly is the Gallery 2 condominium located on the corner of McGee and East 43rd Street. And that is one building containing 3 units. And staff's recommendation for docket items 12.1 through 8 are all approval without conditions, and happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions from the commission to city staff?
Just one point of clarification for myself. Condominiums generally, to me, it indicates individual ownership. So these are all owned by one person. There's not individual owners within the buildings.
Correct. They're all under one ownership.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that for myself. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't need to replat any of them just to have the one lot, one ownership, or you do?
The underlying plat will remain. It'll just be the condo plat that will be vacated.
Okay. All right, any other questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fritz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of the various condominium ownerships for the vacation. These condos have never been operated as pure condominium units. They were created probably over 25 years ago, at a time that the tax treatment was different. That's not the case today. These units have always been operated as apartment units. So we are just moving forward with vacating the condominium, so they'll continue to be operated the way they've been. We'd request that you recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
No, but I appreciate Ms. Jensen getting to my underlying thoughts. So thank you so much.
Okay, with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 12. Well, it's 12.1 through 12.8. Please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber wishing to speak and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay, thought I'd check. With that, we'll close public testimony. Anything else to add?
No.
This, okay. That'll close testimony, and if there's no discussion by the commission, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve without conditions docket item 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, and 12.8.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 12.1 through 12.8. Giovanni, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Baker.
Aye.
Beasley.
Aye.
Brown.
Aye.
Sanders.
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Let's move on to docket item number 13, please.
Case number ROW 2022-00002, Request to vacate public right-of-way in District R5, generally located between Cherry Street and Rock Hill Road. Justin Smith is the staff planner.
Thank you.
All right, in front of you, we have docket item number 13, CDROW 2022-2. This is a vacation of right-of-way on East 51st Street between Cherry Street and Rock Hill Road. This is located in the Midtown Plaza area plan, right in the heart of UMKC's campus. Here's a closer shot, and that red line highlighted is the portion to be vacated.
I'm still seeing the previous case.
Yeah, on Zoom, the screen sharing was paused, so I don't know if someone on staff knows how to unpause that. It's still showing commissioners what she can see is only what's on the left screen.
There we go. No?
So, okay, he's gonna try to stop sharing and reshare.
You see that now?
Yeah.
I do. Thank you.
So here is that highlighted area is the portion to be vacated. Looking at the owners, they needed to obtain 75% adjacent owner consent. UMKC currently owns or is affiliated with all of the owners within that area, including Linda Hall Library Trust. So I would want to point out that to the west, East 51st Street is privately owned by UMKC all the way to Troost. East 51st Street is a heavy pedestrian area due to the campus. The applicant has agreed to place removable bollards at 51st and Cherry Street and at 51st and Rock Hill Road. And the applicant would be responsible for maintaining public and private facilities. So here's a view looking west from the intersection of East 51st and Rock Hill Road. So about right where those green lights are is where those bollards will be placed. Here's a view looking west from the corner of East 51st Street and Cherry Street. Right about where that red car is where those bollards will be placed. So staff's recommendation for docket item number 13 is approval subject to conditions. And with that, I can take any questions.
Are there any easements or utilities through there now?
Yes, there is street lights and a water line, I believe a sewer line.
Okay. And those will be retained, the easements will be for those?
Yeah, water required the removable bollards. So if anything, if they need to fix anything, they can have access to it.
I guess, how does Holmes work heading south with a vacation?
Holmes is already vacated at 51st and Holmes heading south.
There's parking though,
Right.
correct?
There's
So
parking.
how would it, if it becomes a pedestrian essentially street, how do you park on Holmes, or is that gonna go away, or?
Linda Hall Library will retain the parking, but you can exit there from the Linda Hall Library parking lot onto Holmes to utilize that parking.
Okay.
It'll basically be more of an exit driveway for the Linda Hall Library is I think the best way to think about it.
Oh, you can, oh, I see. You can go through the parking lot and then come up and go south.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, additional question is, will there be any planned like improvements? So it's just not just a
and an abandoned street essentially.
Absolutely. We've had all kinds of ideas floated out there. Nothing set in stone yet. We've talked about planners. Students have thrown out the idea of pickleball courts or something on the street. There's been all kinds of different ideas about that, but it definitely will be turned into a campus pedestrian plaza there.
Okay. You mind introducing yourself to the commission, please?
Can I ask one process question to staff?
Sure.
Sorry. So this makes perfect sense to me why one would want to do this. At what point would a traffic study become involved? You know, if someone wanted to vacation another street somewhere else and has all the consent of surrounding property owners, at what point would the city say, or would staff determine that more analysis is necessary due to traffic counts or something else?
Well, I guess we wouldn't really do that. We would make sure that no dead ends are created with a vacation. At what point a traffic study becomes involved, I believe that would be with Public Works.
Yeah, Public Works would have to ask for it whenever they're reviewing these, and I've never seen one requested before, but I would imagine your point is, I believe that at some point you start to affect traffic patterns in the area, and when does that get reviewed?
Yeah, I was just curious if there was if there were certain designations that made you all say this is not rising to the level at which we need to consider those other considerations. And I didn't know if those were like prescribed things that you would need to check off, or if it was more of like a professional opinion. So it sounds like it's more of a professional opinion.
Yes, it would be an opinion expressed by that department.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley, is your question for staff or the applicant?
I believe it's for staff.
Okay, go right ahead.
Do we have any input from emergency vehicles, first responders? How do they get into the site if they needed to?
So let me go to that image right here. The bollards are all removable, so they'll be able to access that. And I believe they have the right to access through homes as well.
So if someone called, do they automatically go down, or someone has to remove them so they can get in?
They just put the condition on there that they would have the right to access East 51st Street.
So has anyone from those departments weighed in on this?
Fire department is one of the agencies that reviews these, yes.
What did they say?
They're the ones that ask for the bollards, right?
Yeah, it was water services and the fire department. And that was the only condition that they had on the case after reviewing it.
Okay.
Okay. No, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Matt Hayes. I'm with the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and appreciate y'all having me today. So just want to talk a little bit about this. 51st Street is a major connection for our students, linking the UMKC Student Union, the Swinney Center, the Asbury Student Success Center, and our Miller Nichols Library, and many other of our campus buildings and facilities. We've worked hand in hand with our friend and neighbor, the Linda Hall Library, to get their approval for this to apply for this vacation. And the most important goal here by far is student safety. 51st is a straight stretch with one stop sign with many students crossing at all times in the day. And we really feel like this will improve student safety and give us more of a campus feel here in the heart of campus. As part of this, we file petitions as well to change a few of the streets around 51st from one way to two way. These are very short portions on homes between 52nd and 52nd, and between 52nd Street between Holmes and Rock Hill. This was requested by the Linda Hall Library to make it easier to access their loading dock and back parking lots. Something else we see with 51st Street here, this will course, this doesn't go all the way to the streetcar stop, but it's a 5-minute walk or less. So this is a great way to reinforce our east-west campus connection along 51st Street and bridge the campus to the community and really increase that connectivity through campus. And this establishes a heart for campus, improves student and pedestrian safety, and it really encourages a more inviting gathering place in the middle of UMKC. And on the fire truck question, I believe they'll just be easily able to push these bollards down if they need to access it. I don't think they will be hard to remove. You know, I think it'll be pretty simple.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
No, this is my alma mater, so I know 51st Street well.
Okay. All right, with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 13, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, there's no one in the chamber and no one on Zoom has raised their hand.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
I do want to mention that the Student Government Association last night passed a resolution in support of this. We're very pleased to see that. And the Board of Trustees has also sent a letter of support approving this plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll speak amongst the commission or I'll take a motion.
I think it's a great idea. I sometimes have to cut through there when Rock Hill's got issues and I wonder why I'm allowed to cut through there. And so I think this is great and really will create connectivity. Having walked around the campus a little bit. I'll make a motion.
I have a quick question.
Yep.
So is the stoplight staying at 51st and Rock Hill?
So there is a condition that the applicant will have to remove that.
But the north-south one will remain.
Those will remain, yes.
So students can push the button to walk?
Correct.
Okay. That's all. That just hit me. Okay.
I move to approve docket item 13 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 13 with conditions stated. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker. Beasley.
Aye.
Brown.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye.
That looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Yep, good luck. All right, with that, let's move to docket item. Do we want to do 15 or go back to 6?
It's gonna be, it's only gonna be 6. It'll be 5 minutes, but you can let Joe go. Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Online.
How long is yours, Joe?
I'm here the whole time, so.
So let's go to docket item number 6 and get that done and then because we got 15 minutes and before Commissioner Beasley needs to go.
Are we still doing docket 4?
That's what we're doing right now.
Docket 4?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, docket item 4 is case number CPC 2023-00147. A request to rezone about 1 acre from District B3-2 to District B4-2 at Van Brunt Boulevard and Linwood Boulevard. Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe.
Applicant is available.
The applicants are online.
Okay.
I just promoted Matt Gibbs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So before you today is docket number 4, CDCPC 2023-147. This is a rezoning without plan. This is for the Taco Bell on Van Brunt. You approved a special use permit for the actual drive-through last December. And this is a rezoning to allow for a digital menu board sign. The site is located in the 3rd Council District, just south of I-70, here at the intersection of Van Brunt, 31st, Linwood, Cleaver, Hardesty, and 40 Highway. Like I mentioned before, the special use permit was already approved and they are planning on opening in early December. The site, most importantly, is located on a development node. That's the intersection of two boulevards, parkways, or parks. Because it's located on a development node is why staff is recommending approval, because the boulevard and parkway standards provide a safety net from a lot of uses being permitted by right, that they would have to go before the CPC and Board of Zoning Adjustment, or just are flat out prohibited. So Taco Bell in this case is fortunate they're in this location of a development node, where staff is okay with approving an upzoning to allow for a digital menu board sign. Again, here is where the site is located at Linwood and Van Brunt. Here is the part of our sign language in 88-445. Taco Bell corporate no longer makes menu board signs that are not digital. And our code explicitly states those signs are only allowed in these 4 zoning districts: B4, UR, D, and M. As I explained, because this is located on a development node, staff is recommending approval with conditions for this case, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions from the commission regarding docket item number 4?
So you said with conditions or without conditions, Andrew?
Without.
Okay.
So this is just for the sign.
Just for the drive-through
And
menu board sign.
Okay.
But it rezone the whole side
Correct.
so that they can have the digital sign.
And we approved because you worked for like months on making this.
A rear-loaded drive-through.
Yes. Okay.
And we typically would never, and I can let Joe back me up, but support a rezoning just for a sign. But because of how strict the Boulevard and Parkway standards are,
yeah,
we don't see how this could negatively affect the residential neighborhood just to the west of here. Even though that neighborhood, it's detached homes and it's zone B3. It's a very interesting
dynamic
here.
Okay. All right, if there's no more questions, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then.
Matt Gibbs has been promoted.
Okay.
Hello, guys. Matt Gibbs, BHC 7101 College Boulevard, Overland Park, Kansas. The applicant for this site and civil engineer. I believe Andy C. Miller, if he's on, can also be promoted as well. He's with First Street Development. They're the actual developer for the site. Yeah, we don't have a presentation, and Andy Clark does a pretty good job there, and he wrapped it up pretty well. We request approval.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
No.
You, Commissioner Beasley?
Who did he say the developer was again? First Reed Development?
We're with First Street.
First Street Development?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and just want to add on to what Matt said. Thank you all for your time, and we're very excited to get this project open for the community.
What's your projected date to open?
We are projecting the 20th of December at this point.
Right for the holidays, right?
Right before the holidays, yep. That's exactly.
This is a drive-through only concept, is that correct?
We do have drive-through only, and then we have a walk-up window as well.
Gotcha, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? All right, so with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 4, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature because there's nobody else in the chambers to walk forward.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand in Zoom.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add to applicants? Thank you for joining us, by the way.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you.
Move to approve docket item 4 without conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 4 without conditions. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Ralph,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for bringing it in and good luck. All right, with that last docketed item, do you still have time, Commissioner Beasley?
Yes.
Okay, so docket item number 15, please.
All right, good afternoon. Oh, I guess I should read the case. All right, it's docket item 15, case number CPC 2023-00106. Request to approve amendments to chapter 88, the zoning and development code through revisions, clarifications, and other administrative changes throughout the chapter in accordance with the zoning and development code periodic review. This is an amendment, as mentioned, a periodic review. It's the second one you've seen this year. There are 8 individual sections of the ordinance we're proposing to amend. They're identified on this screen. Amendments 5 through 8 will be coming forward in the next month or two for you to consider.
I don't think you're sharing on Zoom if you want, if you're trying.
I think it's sharing.
I was gonna say, I don't see a screen, Joe.
You can see it now. Okay, thank you. There are 8 total amendments, as I was stating, and the amendments and identified in the bottom right, 5 through 8, will be coming forward to you for consideration in the next couple of months. Staff is still working on those. What we're asking for the commission to recommend approval of today are amendments 1 through 4 identified on the upper left. These are to our home occupation ordinance. One minor tweak to the a table referencing our overlay districts to acknowledge the Westport overlay district. Some use standards to be added for communications service establishment uses. And then number 4 is to modify the major amendment criteria for approved plans. Of these, the 2 through 4 are quite minor and will move pretty quickly. And I think number 1 will also move quickly, but it is in response to the passage of Missouri House Bill 2593. This bill prohibits cities from regulating no impact home-based businesses. And it goes on to define a home-based business, a no impact home-based business as one where the total number of employees does not exceed the occupancy limit of the structure. It's important to note, the building code does not provide an occupancy limit for dwellings. So that would effectively be unlimited at this time. It would also be defined as any home-based business where the activities are limited to the sale of lawful goods and services. Whether or not there is more than one client does not matter at a time. A no impact home-based business is also one that does not generate on-street parking or could cause a substantial increase in traffic through the residential area. And it also doesn't matter whether the business occurs inside the dwelling or in the yard or an accessory dwelling. as long as it's not visible from the street. So to summarize what the city, what the bill prohibits the city from doing is regulating the hours of operation, prohibiting outdoor storage or the use of equipment outside of the home or outside of an accessory structure which does not produce effects outside the home. Restricting any particular type of occupation, requiring any licensing, including a business license or a permit, restricting the number of occupants or employees to any number other than the maximum building occupancy, requiring employees to live in the home, prohibiting occupation of an accessory structure, or requiring or prohibiting structural alterations to accommodate the occupation. As you can gather, this bill does greatly limit the city's ability to regulate home-based businesses through the zoning ordinance. The bill does allow cities to adopt narrowly tailored regulations protecting public health, safety, such as noise, odor, and dust. And there are regulations in other chapters of the city code pertaining to these, though those are enforced by other departments other than city planning. This bill does not supersede private deed restrictions enforced by homeowners associations. So if an HOA has deed restrictions that prohibit home-based businesses, those would still be effective and could be pursued by that HOA. Before I move on, I can take questions.
I'm sorry.
Could I ask questions now?
Sure.
For you. So am I correct to understand that essentially we need to make these updates because we have to? And with the vehicle storage, there's no getting around. So we had a situation recently where a neighbor might have been able to see vehicle storage, but maybe it wasn't visible from the street. And so that neighbor just kind of needs to deal with it at that point.
Right.
And then one potential loophole could be that someone could rezone to an R district and say, you know, I'm turning this into a place to live in. And then it would severely limit what the city could do in terms of how they used that property, even because they could, if they lived there, if you had a, you know, 500 square feet that was living quarters, then the rest of it, you could kind of have some pretty lenient zoning.
Yeah, I guess if someone wanted to take a building and convert it to a dwelling, if it wasn't built as a dwelling, and it wouldn't matter what it's zoned. If it was a dwelling, they could use it for a home-based business according to this law. And we would not be able to require the license, for example, that we do currently require. So this is to bring our ordinance and regulations into compliance with state law.
So someone will probably run into that issue soon and fix it, hopefully at the state level then, because you could easily just then create a dwelling in any building and all of a sudden city staff is really prohibited with what you all can do to enforce anything.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask that question a little differently?
Sure.
So those buildings that we already have as mixed use where businesses are on the lower level and residential is on the top, how does that apply to the residents that are above?
So the current ordinance restricts the number of clients you can have in for your home-based business to 2, and they have to be by appointment. We can't do that anymore. It restricts specific uses or prohibits specific uses like animal services and auto repair. We can't prohibit specific businesses anymore. So those types of buildings, they'd be able to have home-based businesses. And those are examples of things that if there were a complaint of someone operating a home-based business, and we do receive a lot of home occupation complaints, then we would have to, essentially the main thing is that we could utilize is to evaluate whether there's a substantial increase in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
That's really the main enforcement.
So I'm still not clear on that because I'm thinking if it's a mixed use commercial building where you already have the guidelines for commercial and you've got residential above, the zoning for commercial doesn't supersede this change that we're looking at?
If it's zoned commercially, then they wouldn't need to have a home occupation. They wouldn't need to live there. They could utilize it as just a business. So this is for businesses in a dwelling where someone affiliated with the business lives in the dwelling. That's what this pertains to. And the example you're talking about, if it's zoned commercially and they wanted to utilize one of the apartment units as just a business, but no one was living there, they may have to
No,
change.
no, I'm talking about a tenant that rents one of those living spaces and wants to do their business out of their unit. Which applies, the commercial zoning or this that we're looking at now?
It would be this ordinance.
So I have a different question now, because you'd mentioned running businesses out of their homes. I know we have an issue where a residential person is running more of a car repair out of their garage. How does this apply to that?
As long as the business and its storage or equipment wasn't visible from the street, they could do that.
But it is, so they can't do it.
I think it would depend. It would really rely upon our enforcement staff being there when the garage is open, if they're doing the work in the garage.
So enforcement would come through planning and zoning?
I'm sorry?
So that enforcement would come through planning and zoning?
That's correct.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
it would depend upon the nature. I mean, there's gonna have to be some coordination with our action center for proper referrals. If the primary basis of the complaint is a noise or odor issue, then it should be referred to those departments first before coming to our department, since we don't have ordinances to that effect. But if the nature of it is you can see everything from the street or something like that, then it should get referred to us.
And that goes into effect when this passes?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That's it for home occupations. The other three are very brief. Westport Overlay District is just, you've already adopted that. The council has two. We just left out a reference in our list of overlay districts to it. So we're simply proposing to add that to the list. The communications services establishment, this is a use category that exists in the code already. It happens to include data centers, and we're becoming very familiar with that particular type of business. However, there is an increasing desire for people to open smaller data centers on usually underutilized sites. Apparently, cell tower companies are getting into this business. And they don't want anything nearly as large as what we have seen. And so what this amendment proposes to do is to allow this particular use in District R80, which a lot of cell towers are zoned R80 by, for example. It's already allowed in all the commercial zones except B1 and downtown residential. So what this amendment proposes to do is allow it in R80 with a cap on the floor area of 50,000 square feet. And then when it's allowed in District B2 or B3 or B4 or the downtown districts, it's capped at 100,000 square feet unless they get approval of a special use permit first. And it cannot occupy a storefront of a building in those districts.
That's by right, correct?
What's that?
It would be by right.
Yeah, unless it's over 50,000 square feet or 100,000 square feet. The plan amendment criteria changed, the last of the four amendments for today. As you all probably know, anytime someone wants to amend a plan and it exceeds certain thresholds, they have to prepare and present to you all a major amendment to that approved plan. And there are three particular criteria that happen to trigger that most frequently. And it kind of penalizes the large format users or warehouses, for example. So the first of these three criteria that we're proposing to change is the building floor area increase of 10% or 5,000 square feet, whichever is less. So we're proposing to remove the square footage cap and just leave the 10%. The same is true with the building height, where there's a cap of 6 feet or 10%, whichever is less. We're proposing to remove the 6 feet provision. And with impervious surfaces, it's 10% or 2,000 square feet, whichever is less, and we're proposing to remove the 2,000 square feet. So there would still be the trigger of the percentage increase, which is consistent with the other criteria, but the caps would be removed. And that is all the amendments we have for you today, and I'm happy to answer questions.
So on that one, if they just would have to go through permitting for less than 10%?
Or they would have to obtain approval of a minor amendment, which is from my staff.
Okay, so it'd be administrative. Okay.
There would be a new plan that has to get submitted. It just doesn't have to come before planning commission and city council.
That's fine. That sounds good.
So Joe, I have a question. How would this apply, for example, when we were dealing with the height adjustments for the projects that were on the plaza?
They still would be capped at the bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go above what's allowed by the zoning ordinance in terms of total height unless a deviation is granted. Either a deviation from council or a variance from Board of Zoning Adjustment is granted. So in the case of the Plaza Bowl overlay, they have the caps on building height. If the council approves something, let's say the cap is 60 feet and they approve a deviation of 5 feet, so what's allowed is 65 feet, then this amendment would currently cap them at a 6-foot increase, which would be 71. And the material impact is 1/2 foot in this case because the cap gets removed and we apply 10%, which would be 6.5 feet. So it does allow going above what is approved. I suppose though that the council could still impose a condition that caps it at 65 feet if they wanted to.
Any other questions from the commission?
I don't know if I'm clear on that. So you're saying then they wouldn't have to come back to get approval to exceed that because this amendment would give them that ability?
Well, I guess if I think I may have misspoke. If they're being given a deviation or a variance, we would not be able to go beyond that, even with the criteria as currently written or as proposed. We can't go beyond what is allowed in the code or what has been granted by at the staff level. We can't go beyond what is in the code or limited by a deviation or variance. And I think, is your question whether or not we can apply this to a project that's already exceeding the requirements of the ordinance through a deviation or variance?
Okay, we can add it that way too.
Okay. No, we would not be able to do that administratively. They would have to go back and get another variance or get another deviation.
So I am still hearing that if they wanted to exceed what different plans height requirements were, they still would have to come back through this process. They couldn't just automatically get this 10%.
No. When this happens, the vast majority of instances, in fact, I can't think of a scenario like what I just described. Every time we've seen these triggered, it's because someone has proposed, for example, a 50-foot tall building in a zoning district that allows 75 feet. And once that plan is approved, whether or not the commission or the city council cared or to discuss the building height at all, we cannot at the staff level let them go more than 6 feet above the 50-foot that was shown on the plan. And so what this would allow us to do is to give them a 10% height increase administratively without bringing the plan back through.
So this is mainly for folks that are under the given height restriction and they've decided, oh, we need to go a little higher.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, okay, that makes better sense for me. Thank you.
Sorry it took so long to get you there.
Well, you know how I am.
Well.
All right, any other questions?
No, that's my main one.
Okay. So with that, let's open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 15, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
Mr. Chair, there is no one behind me in the chamber, and on Zoom, no one is raising their hand.
Still have to ask. So with that, let's go ahead and close public testimony. If there's any other questions or thoughts, if not, I will take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 15 without conditions.
Second. We've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item 15 for the changes to chapter 88. Giovanni, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Baker.
Aye.
Beasley.
Aye.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye. Looks like the motion passes 5-0 then. Thank you, everybody. Is there anything else that needs to come before the planning commission to discuss?
Just remember, this is your last meeting this month, so have a good Thanksgiving.
So we did
We'll
not
see you in
have a
December.
meeting, okay, on the 21st. All right. So with that, motion.
Go Chiefs.
Yeah.
And that, yeah.
Have a good holiday, y'all.
Yep, you too. We'll see you.
Okay.